Test the mic. One. Test. Kasun, can you hear? You keep music, no problem. Test, test. Test one. Test. Test. Test one. Audio test. Audio test. Audio test one. Test two. Test. Can you put the echo down because in the live it's showing echo a little. Yeah, now it's good. Check. Check one. Check two. Because it's
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, esteemed experts, and distinguished guests, good morning. My name is Ali Al-Janebi from Trans Research and Advisory, and it is my pleasure to be your MC throughout today's significant symposium. Titled Efforts and Initiatives to Secure Peace and Stability in the Horn of Africa, Assessment of Roles and Interests. This symposium is a part of the events held by Trans Research and Advisory to shed light on key issues and developments in an attempt to present the best possible options and facilitate the rationalization of decision-making processes, as well as to shape the future transformations in various issues and areas of interests, in which that might help mitigate risks and maximize opportunities. Trans aims to collaborate and engage at leading conferences that facilitate knowledge accumulation and sharing. Please allow me to grab this opportunity and give you a brief overview about Trans Research and Advisory. Trans was founded in 2014 with the objective of being an independent research center positively contributing to enhance scientific studies. Trans follows internationally acknowledged scientific standards adopted by the most established think tanks worldwide. Trans has been contributing effectively toward the process of enlightening the regional and international public, especially concerning geopolitical, economic, and security affairs. The Center seeks to continuously widen its network of researchers and experts. The objective behind building this network is to build robust partnerships with global research centers, non-government and government organizations, as well as academic institutions. It aims to benefit from international research experiences to enhance its academic performance at the regional and global level. It organizes lectures, conferences, and symposia such as today to ensure the exchange of research experiences and expertise regularly. Trans' broad array of publications cover subjects of global interest and specialized topics. Today's symposium consists of 4 panels, each of which discusses an important theme as follows. Panel 1 discusses the theme of stability in the Horn of Africa, determinants, causes, and motives. Panel 2 discusses the theme of maritime security and piracy in the Horn of Africa, challenges and mitigation. Panel 3 discusses the theme of efforts and initiatives to secure peace and stability in the Horn of Africa, rationales and interests. Panel 4 discusses the theme of future efforts and initiatives to secure peace and stability in the Horn of Africa, suggested roadmap. Before we start today's symposium, please note that the sessions are translated into Arabic and English. Channel 1 is English and Channel 2 is Arabic. Now, please allow me to introduce Dr. Mohammed Abdallah Al-Ali, CEO of Trans Research and Advisory, who will deliver the keynote speech of today's symposium. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في بداية أعمال هذه الندوة الفكرية التي خصصناها لمناقشة واحدة من القضايا التي تشغل اهتمام المفكرين والسياسيين على السواء، وهي تلك المتعلقة بكيفية تحقيق الاستقرار والسلام والتنمية في منطقة القرن الأفريقي ذات الأهمية الاستراتيجية الكبيرة لأفريقيا والشرق الأوسط والعالم ككل، وكيفية تنسيق الجهود والمبادرات والأدوار الخارجية الرامية لتحقيق هذا الهدف وصولاً إلى أفضل النتائج الممكنة. لا يخفى على أحد الأهمية الجيوستراتيجية الكبيرة التي تحظى بها منطقة القرن الأفريقي، فهذه المنطقة تتمتع بموقع استراتيجي بالغ الأهمية، إذ تشكل المدخل الرئيسي لكل من البحر الأحمر وخليج عدن، ومن ثم فهي تطل على واحدة من أهم طرق التجارة الدولية البرية والبحرية، فمضيق باب المندب على سبيل المثال الذي تشرف عليه دول المنطقة يمر فيه نحو 12% من التجارة العالمية، كما يتدفق عبره ما بين 4 إلى 5 ملايين برميل من النفط الخام ومنتجات بترولية مكررة كل يوم، إلى جانب العديد من الإمدادات الحيوية الأخرى. ويزيد من الأهمية الاستراتيجية لهذه المنطقة قربها من شبه الجزيرة العربية الغنية بالنفط، وبالتالي فهي تمثل مجالاً حيوياً مهماً لدول الخليج العربية، وهو أمر برزت أهميته بصورة كبيرة خلال حرب استعادة الشرعية في اليمن. كما تمثل منطقة القرن الأفريقي نقطة اتصال حيوي بين الشرق الصاعد اقتصادياً وتكنولوجياً والغرب المتقدم، بما يجعل منها حلقة مهمة في سلاسل الإمداد العالمية، إلى جانب ما تملكه المنطقة من إمكانيات اقتصادية وموارد طبيعية متنوعة. هذه الأهمية الجيوستراتيجية لمنطقة القرن الأفريقي جعلت منها نقطة جذب دولية وساحة للتنافس السياسي بين القوى الإقليمية والدولية على الحضور وامتلاك النفوذ فيها حفاظاً على مصالحها. بل وصل الأمر إلى حد قيام دول كبرى مثل الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والصين وبريطانيا بإيفاد مبعوثين خاصين إلى منطقة القرن الأفريقي تأكيداً لهذه الأهمية التي تحظى بها ضمن استراتيجيتها العالمية. وفي المقابل عانت هذه المنطقة ولا تزال تعاني من العديد من الأزمات التي هددت وتهدد حالة الأمن والاستقرار فيها، بدءاً بالحروب والصراعات الأهلية أو البنية التي عصفت بدولها بشكل زاد من هشاشة الوضع الأمني والسياسي فيها، مروراً بتفاقم خطر ظاهرة القرصنة في شواطئها ومياهها البحرية إلى حد دفع بكثير من هذه الدول إلى تعزيز وجودها الأمني هذا داخل المنطقة لمواجهة الخطر المتنامي لهذه الظاهرة وحماية سفنها وتجارتها العابرة عبر المنطقة، وصولاً إلى تنامي نشاط الجماعات الإرهابية والمتطرفة في بعض دول المنطقة، وتعقد الأزمات الإنسانية والتنموية التي تعانيها كانتشار الفقر والبطالة والمجاعات الناجمة عن الجفاف والتغيرات المناخية. أيها الحضور الكريم، لقد شكلت الأهمية الاستراتيجية لمنطقة القرن الأفريقي وتعدد الأزمات التي تعانيها عاملين دافعين لكثير من الدول والأطراف الخارجية الإقليمية والدولية للقيام بتحركات وتقديم مبادرات وتصورات لحل أزمة هذه المنطقة الحيوية في العالم وتعزيز الأمن والاستقرار فيها. وقد حققت بعض هذه الجهود نجاحات مهمة مثل الجهود الإماراتية السعودية لوقف الصراع الطويل بين إريتريا وإثيوبيا وتوقيع اتفاقية السلام التاريخية بينهما، وكذلك الدور الذي لعبته الأطراف الخارجية في مواجهة ظاهرة القرصنة في المنطقة، ولا سيما الاتحاد الأوروبي الذي قام بدور مهم في هذا الصدد من خلال عملية أتلانتين يونيفورم التي نجحت في تقليص حجم الاعتداءات على السفن من 168 اعتداء في عام 2008 إلى 3 فقط في نهاية 2014. وكذلك الدور المهم الذي قامت به المساعدات التنموية والمشروعات الاستثمارية التي قدمتها دول عدة لدعم جهود التنمية ومواجهة الأزمات الإنسانية في هذه المنطقة. وبرغم أهمية النجاحات فإن زخم التنافس وتضارب المصالح أحياناً بين بعض القوى الدولية والإقليمية المتداخلة في المنطقة قد حد من النتائج المتوخاة في هذه الجهود الإقليمية والدولية الرامية لتحقيق الاستقرار الإقليمي في القرن الأفريقي، بل وأسهمت أيضاً في تعقيد حدة الأزمات القائمة، وهو ما يطرح تساؤلات جادة حول كيفية التوفيق والتنسيق بين جهود الأطراف الخارجية ومبادراتها، بما يؤدي في النهاية إلى تعزيز الاستقرار والتنمية في هذه المنطقة المهمة في العالم. أيها الحضور الكريم، انطلاقاً من هذه النقاط والأفكار التي أشرت إليها، يأتي تنظيم ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات لهذه الندوة المهمة بمشاركة نخبة من الخبراء والأكاديميين والمختصين بقضايا القرن الأفريقي لتسليط الأضواء المكثفة على تداعيات عدم الاستقرار في منطقة القرن الأفريقي وأسبابه ومحدداته، وجهود مبادرات الأطراف الخارجية لتحقيق السلام والاستقرار في هذه المنطقة، وأيضاً ماهية العوامل والمصالح الكامنة خلفها وكيفية التصدي لأزمتها، ولا سيما ظاهرة القرصنة التي تهدد حركة التجارة والملاحة في هذه المنطقة. وأخيراً تحاول هذه الندوة رسم خريطة طريق لكيفية تنسيق هذه الجهود بما يحقق السلام والاستقرار في القرن الأفريقي. ويأتي حرصنا على تنظيم هذه الندوة ضمن إطار رسالة مركز ترنز واستراتيجيته البحثية الرامية إلى تقديد فهم أفضل وتحليل أدق لمختلف القضايا والتطورات التي يشهدها العالم، وأيضاً استشراف مستقبلها ووضع التوصيات التي تسهم في توجيه مساراتها بما يخدم تحقيق أهداف التنمية والاستقرار في المجتمعات كافة. وأنني على ثقة تامة بأن هذه الندوة بما تضمه من خبراء ومختصين رفيعي المستوى ستسهم في تحقيق الأهداف التي نصبو إلى تحقيقها، وتقديم التصورات والرؤى التي تستشرف مستقبل هذه المنطقة الحيوية بالنسبة للعالم أجمع، بما يعزز حالة الأمن فيها والاستقرار الذي سيسهم بدوره في تعزيز الاستقرار الإقليمي والعالمي. مرة أخرى أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لكافة المتحدثين والمشاركين معنا في هذه الندوة، وأيضاً الشكر موصول لكل من لبى دعوة الحضور داخل هذه القاعة، ولكافة المتابعين لفعاليات هذه الندوة عبر منصات ترنز للبحوث والاستشارات على كافة مختلف وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for your insightful speech. Dear Excellencies and distinguished guests, we will now start our first panel titled Stability in the Horn of Africa, Determinants, Causes and Motives. The moderator of this panel will be Rahaf Al-Khazraji, Trans Research and Advisory, UAE. The distinguished speakers will be Dr. Alexei Lonin, Researcher, Center for International Studies, University Institute Lisbon, Portugal. Dr. Caleb Demirou, Doctoral Candidate, University of South Florida, US. Please join us to the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rahaf Al-Khazraji, a researcher at Trans Research and Advisory. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the first session of this symposium entitled Stability in the Horn of Africa, Determinant, Causes and Motives. This session discusses the history of violence and instability in the Horn of Africa, its map of current conflicts and crises, and the factors and causes behind instability, whether related to security, political, or economic dynamics. It also discusses incentives for achieving stability in this vital region for regional and global security. Before I introduce our distinguished speakers, I would like to give you a brief overview of the importance of this region, especially in relation to the GCC. The connection of the GCC to the Horn of Africa is historical, based on centuries-long cooperation. The strategic importance of this region as a place along the Red Sea corridor and as commercial and economic growth base has changed and shaped the GCC's engagement with the Horn of Africa. Strategically, the conflict in Yemen has raised the importance of securing maritime navigation in the Red Sea, as well as freedom of transport and general security. The GCC believe they should and can play a more prominent role in taking on that responsibility. The importance of this region is not limited to the GCC only, as it is also important to Africa and the whole world, as mentioned by Dr. Mohammed Al-Oili in his welcoming remarks. So now we'll let our experts enlighten our understanding of the factors behind the region's crises and challenges that impede its path in achieving development and stability. Joining us today are two distinguished speakers, Dr. Caleb Demirio, doctoral candidate, University of South Florida, USA, Dr. Alexei Lonan, researcher at the Center for International Studies, University Institute Lisbon, Portugal. I will open the floor for each speaker to deliver a 15-minute overview inspired by their professional experiences, followed by an open discussion at the end of this session. We'll start with Dr. Caleb Demirio. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I humbly thank Trends Research and Advisory for inviting me to speak at this important symposium on peace and political stability in the Horn of Africa. As many of you know, and as has been stated this morning, this region has been a site of tremendous conflict over the last few decades, much of it driven by complex political and economic factors. And in assessing the role of external stakeholders in this region, it is important to consider the institutional determinants of political order and stability. This is why I'd like to start with a very basic question. Why has political stability been so difficult to achieve in the Horn of Africa? I'd like to be clear in my own research what I refer to when I say Horn of Africa. There are more restrictive definitions that account for the four countries at the tip, namely Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, and Eritrea. But increasingly, scholars have also taken to calling Sudan, South Sudan, and Kenya as members of the Horn. Certainly, there are certain cultural intersections between Kenyans on the coast and Somalis. And it's difficult to separate the experiences of the Eastern Africa community from the Horn proper. For instance, the Rwandan Patriotic Front, or RPF, during its rebellion was hosted by neighboring Uganda. The Tigrayan People's Liberation Front in Ethiopia, during its rebellion, solicited support from neighboring Sudan. The South Sudan Liberation Movement, the SSLM, or the South Sudanese People's Liberation Movement, the SPLM, also received support from the Ethiopian government during its rebellion, during its struggle for independence. And so, for this reason, I find it beneficial in terms of devising best practices and shared learning in enacting policies for sustained political stability in all these regions. It is important to draw comparative insight from as many countries as possible in this region that have these ties and similarities. And so I start with an expansive definition of the Horn, which some scholars have referred to as GHR, or the Greater Horn of Africa region. And indeed, various organizations, including the EU Commission, use this expansive definition for some of their projects. And second, before addressing what external stakeholders are able to do, it's useful to start by contextualizing what they have done in the past. So the prevailing reality in undeveloped states is that institutional change is elite-driven, it's incremental, it's time-consuming, and yes, it's unpredictable. Whereas many of the proposals that we see that focus on things, ideals like democracy and justice and human rights, while well-intentioned, sometimes ignore the fact that granting of certain privileges and amnesties to actors for the sake of stability is inherent in the requirements for gradual institutional change. And so, oftentimes, interventions in the Horn of Africa have relied on a mix of liberal and security priorities with little basis in the internal body politic and complexities of the respective countries. So often, and again, understandably so, external stakeholders may want to prioritize things like elections, or human rights, or democracy, or even institution building from above. These are certainly laudable goals, but the top-down mechanisms for enacting these liberal provisions often undermine the very pillars of political stability in these states. So take, for instance, President Salva Kiir in South Sudan. Many well-intentioned observers often claim that the Troika, that is the group that is consisting of the United States, the United Kingdom, and Norway, responsible for peace transitions in this country, should apply more pressure and force Kiir to face accountability for poor governance decisions. What I intend to show with the example of countries like South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somalia is that despite these good intentions behind the proposals, isolation and pressure sometimes may cause more instability in these countries than progressive change. We can explain some of these counterintuitive governance dynamics by way of reference to the idea of the development dilemma, which was developed by Professor Robert Bates, formerly at Harvard, and by the idea of the violence trap, which is proposed by Professors North Wallace and Weingast at Stanford University. The first of these, the development dilemma, shows how ruling elites often prioritize security goods over development goods whenever the regime is insecure. So, if you take my previous example, South Sudan, excessive external pressure on the Sudanese People's Liberation Movement likely incentivizes President Kiir and his allies to invest more in security goods. The violence trap framework elucidates how these security goods are produced. In simple terms, in closed access orders, that is in states that lack a pluralistic legal regime for open political and economic access, stability is established through rents-based agreements between different groups. In other words, in closed access orders, ruling elites control the threat of violence by providing rents to contending elites, particularly those elites that pose the threat of violence. And in order to do so, ruling elites first monopolize the political and economic marketplace, then provide special access rights or privileges to different groups based on how likely the groups are to threaten regime security. In order to fully understand the workings of this violence trap, it is important to specify what I mean by elites and what I mean by rents. Now, in a traditional society, you may conceive of a group of ruling elites that occupy the top of a familial hierarchy. Often this group will provide rents to a wider group of dynastic members with ostensible claims to the throne. And beyond that, rents will then be provided to landowning nobility, religious leaders, warrior elites, and so on and so forth. In this way, the traditional society maintains a sophisticated political order through highly institutionalized mechanisms for rents-based governance. However, the less institutionalized and the more personalized the rents-based arrangements between these different groups of elites are, the more unstable the political order. In other words, more institutionalization and codification of elite agreements is likely to result in more stability. This is what we learn from the violence trap framework. And you can think of a similar pattern emerging in modern societies. Here, ruling elites may first provide rents to a cohesive opposition political party that serves a role in legitimizing the prevailing order. And beyond that, rents may be provided to wealthy elites and educated elites. In many societies in the Horn of Africa, you are also likely to see tribal and religious elites play an important role in sustaining a given social order. Again, I want to underline that the implications of this framework are not necessarily that rents are bad or rents are destabilizing. Rather, the focus is on how personalized versus how institutionalized the rents are. So let me briefly consider what I mean by rents. One could think of political rents, such as political appointments or formal recognition of political parties. For instance, recently elected Somalian Prime Minister Hamza Abdi Bare recently appointed Mukhtar Robo, a founder of the terrorist group Al-Shabaab, as a cabinet minister in the country's new government. The rationale here is to capture reconcilable elements within Al-Shabaab and convince them to have a stake in the prevailing political order. More commonly, we may often also speak of economic rents. I should note this idea of engaging and integrating reconcilable elements of militant groups is not controversial. In fact, General David Petraeus recently suggested in his article on The Atlantic that one of the United States' biggest failures early on in Afghanistan was its failure to engage with some reconcilable elements, low-level elements of the Taliban, to provide them with an alternative framework for governance. And then in terms of economic rents, you might think of special investment licenses, land grants, oil contracts, aid contracts. All these things may also be purposed as rents to preserve political stability. For example, in South Sudan, President Kiir maintains highly personalistic formal patronage networks, monopolizing oil revenue to distribute rents and investing solely in security goods rather than sustainable development projects. Now, as I mentioned, the level of stability of a given closed access order, and what I mean by closed access order here is anyone really outside of the 20 or so countries that we consider liberal Western democracies, all other states function as different levels of a closed access order, either fragile states or highly sophisticated, mature, natural states. And the levels of stability in a closed access order are determined by three factors. First, level of personalization, which I've mentioned, versus level of institutionalization of rents-based patronage mechanisms. Second, the level of specialization of elite roles. In other words, do the same groups of elites dominate the economy, the military, and the political spheres, or is there such a differentiation of these different elite roles? And finally, the levels of credibility of rent-based arrangements or agreements. This means that greater political stability, and this is where we think about policy relevance, greater political stability requires a three-step process. First, standardization of elite privileges as a rule of law for elites. This allows for a wider coalition of elite groups to have a stake in the system. The history of all Western democracies from the United Kingdom to the United States shows that before a more pluralistic open access order was affirmed, the institutions in those countries first went through this very crucial step of standardizing elite privileges. This serves as a framework for a pluralistic rule of law regime. The second is a credible contracts regime with secure property rights, codification of laws stemming from institutional elite bargains, and formalization of actors. These contracts-based, these arrangements are tentative, where what is true today, an appointment today, can easily be reshuffled tomorrow, that this is one of the most important dynamics in terms of undermining political stability. And finally, you have consolidated state control of the specialized political military apparatus. This goes hand in hand with the specialization of elite roles and allows for the emergence of a professional warrior class that answers to a professional political class. And in the absence of these institutional mechanisms, political competition becomes a zero-sum game. This is what we see in many of the countries of the Horn. So in South Sudan's fight for independence, for instance, we see the construction of the Sudanese People's Liberation Movement / army, sometimes driven by external stakeholders as the ruling elites in the country. But remember, that there were a number of other contending elites that were already fighting for independence, not necessarily aligned with the SPLM. So you had the South Sudanese Defense Forces and National Democratic Alliance, SSDM and NDA, both of which were based in Asmara and were thus seen as unacceptable to the IGAD-driven process later, and even to the troika of actors who were suspicious about Eritrea's intentions. You had the South Sudan Liberation Movement and Sudanese People's Liberation Movement North. Both of these groups actually rejected the cooperative peace agreement that was signed between Sudan and South Sudan for different reasons. For the SSLM, because they thought the SPLM gave too much concessions to the Sudanese government. For the SPLMN, because the elite preferences there were different. Their preference was to maintain union with Greater Sudan, but still provide more autonomy and human rights provisions to the south. Everyone, in other words, all these elites had different preferences, and when time for bargains came, when it was time for negotiations, most of them were excluded from the peace process. In other words, it is not surprising, it's actually expected, quite rational in fact, from the violence trap framework, that South Sudan, 2 years after gaining its independence, would descend into a civil war. And even later, elite contentions within the SPLM would lead to further fractures, leading to the SSDM, or South Sudan Democratic Movement, under George Athor, and the Sudanese People's Liberation Movement in opposition. And you see similar dynamics in Ethiopia stemming in the Communist Revolution of 1974. Since then, you saw the proliferation of a variety of groups, from the Derg to the Mason to EPRP, and then later, starting in the 1980s into 1991, the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, ANDM, OLF, OPDO, EPRDF. All of these groups share very similar leftist ideologies, but no elite consensus because of the lack of institutionalized mechanisms for elite bargaining, and because of the dilemma wherein ruling elites prioritize security goods over cohesive, inclusive, and in this case, elite-inclusive development. This is why politics in the Horn of Africa is often dominated by what I like to call the alphabet soup of political parties. More to the point, the violence trap framework helps us understand why President Salva Kiir and Vice President Riek Machar, who worked together to lead South Sudan to independence under the Sudanese People's Liberation Movement, would take on opposite sides in the civil war that would plague the country from 2013 to 2018. While many point to identity politics, given that the former is an ethnic Dinka and the latter an ethnic Nuer, the reason for instability in this case is not simply ethnicity, but the tentative and personalized nature of elite rents. Another example, in 2010, SPLM commander George Athor was promised governorship of Jonglei province, an oil-rich province in the northern part of the country. For whatever reason, Athor did not win the governorship. And as soon as he lost the election, he was able to subsequently form his own splinter group, the South Sudan Democratic Movement, again using personalized ties to recruit fighters, thousands of fighters that were loyal to him. So here again you have another militant elite group in line with the expectations of the violence trap framework. Again, these are not surprising, these are expected. On the other hand, President Kiir tried to increase the number of regional states in South Sudan from 10 to 28 in 2015 and to 32 in 2018, both unsuccessfully. His reasoning was that this would diminish ethnic politics. But again, it's clear to see that these changes would have helped President Kiir to increase his personal patronage and personal control over these regions at the expense of the power of other elites within the party itself, the SPLM. The outcome of these tentative agreements, the personalized nature of these institutional bargains, has been the displacement of over 1 million people across the South Sudanese territory, and tens of thousands living in makeshift protection of civilian sites across the country, in places like Malakal, where administrative bureaucracy has completely broken down. And you see similar regressions happening in Ethiopia after 3 or 4 decades of sustained progress and elite cohesion. From 1930 to 1974, under Emperor Haile Selassie in Ethiopia, you saw the gradual institutionalization of elite rents. You saw the emergence of a new educated elite class who were given important positions in government. You saw education investment, specialized investment in a professional military or warrior class, and the granting of property rights to stimulate private industry and investment. This allowed for a broader consensus of different elite groups to share within these rents-based mechanisms. Of course, this is still a closed access order, but at a far sophisticated stage than the Ethiopia that we see since then. By contrast, when the Derg took over in 1974, it abolished property rights, all institutions, and the underlying elite bargains of the imperial era. In fact, seeking to dismantle the very conception of elites. Of course, this only served to enthrone the Derg as the new political and military elites, giving birth to the militarization of politics that culminated in the Red Terror and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Ethiopians in urban and guerrilla warfare. I'd like to leave some room for questions, so I'd like to conclude here with a somewhat counterintuitive policy prescription. We are forced to acknowledge that state building is messy, that development is neither linear nor guaranteed. Therefore, development policy should meet states where they are, rather than try to copy-paste institutional structures from the West. This means working within existing institutional constraints. For example, rather than spending millions on efforts at democratization in fragile states, it might be more beneficial to host symposiums that bring together different elite actors into ongoing and continuous dialogue. Similarly, policymakers can focus on constitutionalism rather than democratization, hosting legal training, scholarships, and exchanges to help local elites develop locally responsive mechanisms for creating credible contracts. These types of policies are likely to create genuine mechanisms for elite bargaining and progressive transition, rather than trying to import institutional capacity from abroad. And we hope that the recently signed peace agreements in South Sudan in 2020 and Ethiopia in 2022 are efforts in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Caleb, for your valuable contribution. We'll be moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Alexei Lonen. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Trends Research and Advisory, for your wonderful hospitality. I'm truly indebted. I'd just like to mention Abdul Rahman Al-Junaidi. Thank you very much for your wonderful organization. And also Dr. Brenda Cannon for possibly referring to me. I really do appreciate that. So I'm happy to be here. I have the slight misfortune to go after the first speaker, so there might be some issues that might be overlapping a bit, what I want to touch today. But perhaps one of the aspects that I should highlight a bit more is some of the more historical factors that are relevant today, and we should really keep in mind when we think about the issues of stability, instability, conflict in the Horn of Africa, because they're relevant today. And I'm not saying that I would be going back in history to 500 years and to the let's say, Ottoman times and Ottoman domination of some of the coastal areas in the Horn of Africa. But just to go give a glimpse, to go a little bit back to colonial times. So I will give a few remarks about the past first, and before I come to the present. The idea here is also to lay a bit of groundwork for the later sessions. As you can see from the program, we have much more very up-to-date and current issues that will be discussed in the later sessions, and even finally about prospects of the future in the region. So let me just start with a few remarks from the past. Colonialism matters, and it still matters today. There are certain aspects of it, and I think some of us would be, very keen to say, get over yourself, and colonialism is something that's of the past. These countries have, let's say 50 years of independence, 60 years of independence, something like that. So they should get over themselves and actually, not to blame colonialism. It's a very convenient argument, that comes from some quarters. But actually, it does matter. The legacy of colonialism and in the Horn of Africa, and also the imperial order in Ethiopia, and Ethiopia being an imperial power, and actually forming part or taking part in the scramble for Africa in the 19th century, actually also matters still a certain way today. Because in Ethiopia, of course, as many of us know, there continues to be a certain admiration or certain attitudes about this glorious imperial past that still are perpetrated by certain elites today. So how does colonialism matter, and how does this past matter in the region? If we look at some of the indexes that we have today, for example, the Fragile States Index, we can easily observe that some of the most fragile states in the world actually are in the Horn of Africa. Somalia has often been the number one or the most fragile. We also have South Sudan, which the previous speaker was talking about quite extensively. And we have others. So state fragility, even today, or state weakness. Some of these legacies from the past, of course, we have very firm ideas about governance and authoritarian governance. And I'm not saying that authoritarian governance is something bad. It is just a different form of governance from what one might be used to in the West in terms of democracy. But it has certain dynamics that also contribute to instability and conflict. Minority rule, very restrictive minority rule, related identity politics, marginalization of majorities, marginalization of various identity groups. And this draws back to colonialism to a large extent. And I'm not going to give a lecture about colonialism more because I don't really have time for that today, but this is just to keep in mind, and perhaps in the questions and answers we can also think about that and later sessions. The issue of borders, colonial borders. These were agreements between external powers, basically, colonial powers. Ethiopia was one of them. Agreeing on borders actually dividing identity groups, ethnic groups, which now still has a legacy today because of the issues of separatism. The Horn of Africa, of course, if we think about South Sudan, what happened, if we think about Somaliland, these are colonial pasts and issues that emerge from colonialism to a certain extent. The idea of self-determination. Self-determination, which is, important concept in international law. How do you interpret who are the peoples who have the right self-determination? And this is, of course, an important topic still today. These states tend to be also culturally very heterogeneous, and this brings its own dynamics to governance and politics. Now, if we then go from the colonialism to the Cold War, what comes very strongly at this point is that many of these fragile states that emerge from colonialism are intervened on by external powers. And this happens already in the Cold War. We can talk about, for example, superpower competition, the proxy wars, and I don't really want to get into any more detail on that because I don't have time, but we can think about what was referred to, for example, the Ogaden War in the 70s. Many of insurgent groups that have been supported by external powers during that time. And if you look at the literature on the Horn of Africa from this period, there are several authors who would call it a bad neighborhood in which, various regimes competing against each other, supporting rebel groups and opposition groups in neighboring countries, often induced externally by superpower competition and so forth. So these are important things to think about, this external involvement that has been there for a very long time, but particularly in the Cold War and afterwards. So, when we come to today, what we have today is, of course, this legacy and continuity of generally weak states in the Horn of Africa, in which we have a very severe and very peculiar level of political and economic competition among the elites, and this competition tends to be a lot of times, in one way or another, violent. And that there tends to be, very, very much at stake, zero-sum game, right? That was mentioned before. Very much at stake if you're in power or if you are sort of kicked out of power. And when the state is weak, this competition is very severe. So many of these elites try to consolidate power. They try to maintain the status quo, often by using external alliances for this. So they are very keen on external partners who can support their claim to power. And this is very important to note, because oftentimes in international relations we look at Africa, as something that has been intervened on by external powers having their own rivalries, extra-regional powers, having their own agendas and so forth. But actually, it takes two to tango, so to speak, right? And it's oftentimes that these local elites, being the state elites, tribal elites, regional elites within states, and so forth, even business elites, are very keen on buttressing their own position locally through external partnerships also. And I think this is very important because this is the internal factor that is, you know, related to this stability or instability. Then, of course, the external factor, which is the extensive penetration of external powers and extra-regional actors, which actually have their own interests, oftentimes their own rivalries, and because these states are structurally weak, they have ways of working with local actors that sometimes may undermine stability in these countries. So it is really a combination of the internal and external competition which is at stake here. So together, if we talk about instability, occasionally together these two create a sort of a toxic cocktail, if you will, which will push instability and conflict. But at best, they can also actually boost stability. So maybe suggest some of these possible remedies, you know, of this sort of chronic instability that we have today in the Horn of Africa. We have to recognize the state weakness there, and we have to also recognize the potential or possible negative effects of external involvement. So one important thing is really to try to boost state legitimacy within the Horn of Africa. And I'm talking about state legitimacy, not necessarily so much state authority through hard security measures, but actually winning the population on your side. It's important, legitimacy, that people actually feel that their state represents them, and that it's a legitimate form of governance. That they have a stake in the state, they can participate. They feel that there is actually something that, you know, the state also contributes to their well-being. And I think this is very important, and I'm not suggesting that this should be necessarily a Western-type state structure, because we can, for example, look at Somaliland, where of course the UAE has been an important partner and very productive partner. But we can look at the Somaliland political structure, and of course Somaliland is a internationally not recognized state, but at the same time it has a very interesting political system, a hybrid way of taking some Western institutions, but at the same time having traditional local factor in the political system. And at the same time, interestingly enough, Somaliland is one of the most stable political entities in the Horn of Africa currently. It prides itself of political stability and security, which is actually very interesting when we look at, you know, some of the neighboring countries, for example. So in Somaliland, you could say that, you know, the state is very legitimate among the population, and there is this important element there. So boosting state legitimacy, and then finally, just to conclude, in terms of the external involvement, I think it's important that external powers who want to be involved and are involved in the Horn of Africa would really look at their own involvement in a sense that to try to shape it into as productive and useful engagement also for the local states. Of course, they have their own interests, but at the same time, trying to minimize the externally induced destabilization and rather try to work together as much as possible for the benefit of those local states. I think that would be in the benefit for all. I think they would be able to push their own agendas and get their own interests through, but it would be very useful for the local states in the Horn of Africa at the same time. So let me stop here, and I think we can have some questions and answers, I believe, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Alexi. Thank you, Dr. Caleb. We'll go on now to an open discussion. I have a couple of questions, but I'd like to give the audience a chance to ask first. So if anyone has a question, please raise your hand or let me know.
السلام عليكم. الشكر الجزيل لمركز ترند للدعوة. أنا أماني جحفر، منظمة جبر الضرر للسلام والتنمية. أنا سودانية طبعا، جاية من السودان، وبحيي في البداية كل الشعوب في القارة الأفريقية وأخص شعب السودان لإنجاز ثورة ديسمبر العظيمة. أنا بالنسبة لي كل الكلام اللي اتطرح وفعلا حقيقي، لكن أنا عندي سؤال وعندي مداخلة. السؤال بالنسبة لي، هل المشاكل واحدة في كل القارة الأفريقية، خصوصا أنه القارة الأفريقية دي خضعت لاستعمار ويعني تم نهب للموارد بتاعتها، وبعد ذاك بقت في يعني هشاشة سياسية بتتباين يعني من بلد لتاني. لكن يمكن كل البلدان الأفريقية بتعاني من الهشاشة السياسية بأشكال المختلفة. لو كان نظام بتاع حكم بتاع فرد استمر لفترة طويلة جدا، أو سياسات بتاع التهميش، أو سوء لإدارة الموارد، أو سوء لإدارة التنوع الإثني والقبلي والعقائدي، إضافة لسيطرة الإسلام السياسي على عدد من البلدان بتاعت القارة الأفريقية، إضافة لمشكلة يمكن قاعد تظهر في بعض البلدان الأفريقية، اللي هي المشكلة بتاعت الهوية. يعني نحن عرب ولا أفارقة، ولا مثلا بالنسبة لنا نحن في السودان نحن سودانيين. طيب سؤالي، هل مشاكل القارة الأفريقية واحدة؟ نمرة واحد. اثنين، وده الأهم، بقت هسه يعني في رؤية ما مطروحة، لكنها هي حلت جزء من المشاكل بتاعت القارة الأفريقية، أو حلت مشاكل جزء من المناطق في القارة الأفريقية. مثلا عندنا في السودان عندنا في استعراض كان للحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان، لكن في جزء مهم أنا بفتكر مفروض يتم التعرف عليه، اللي هو إنه الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان طرحت طرح حل جذور الأزمة السودانية يعني، وتحررت عدد من المناطق واسمها الأراضي المحررة، وقدرت تحقق حكم ذاتي يعني. فأنا سؤالي زي ما قلت، هل مشاكل القارة الأفريقية واحدة؟ نمرة واحد. اثنين، شنو المشتركات بين القارة الأفريقية على أساس إنه يكون في رؤية للمستقبل ونطلع من النفق المظلم ده. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you for your question. Dr. Caleb or Dr. Alexi, if you would like to answer.
I'll try to respond very briefly. Thank you for the question. There's a question on the peculiarities of the revolution in Sudan and identity politics in the country, and also sort of a broader question about what differences and what commonalities do we see in terms of the African experience. I can maybe say a few things about the Sudanese revolution. I think in line with sort of the framework that I tried to explain in my short talk here, the promise of the Sudanese revolution, particularly when Prime Minister Hamdok was in power, was that you did see the springings of a possible elite consensus whereby the political class would be in control of executive power, whereby you'd see a further professionalization of the military under Burhan and Hemedti, maybe along the lines of what you see in Egypt, where there's a strictly delineated role for the political elites, where the military, partly due to years of training by the United States, has professionalized itself and made itself disciplined and subservient to the political class while still maintaining its privileges. I think for many reasons that promise has been broken somewhat. It is broken particularly because we see here an attempt by two militant elite factions, this time forces loyal to Hemedti and his special forces, and forces loyal to Burhan, in this case, appending the powers of the Prime Minister and establishing de facto military rule under the Sovereign Council. It's not altogether surprising to see these transitions. It's certainly tragic given the costs that the Sudanese people have paid to bring change into the country. But I think it also forces us to pay attention to the importance of ensuring continuous and ongoing dialogue among wider and wider groups of elites. People have a voice and people can make a difference, but at a certain point, the decision makers are the ones responsible for enacting lasting change, and it is the incentives and constraints that drive them that allows us to see why revolutions such as the one in Sudan may be appended. But then more broadly about your question on the African experience, there's an interesting book. I sympathize with Alexi and some of you folks in the audience who talk about the importance of colonialism. It's certainly important. But in terms of policy responses as well, one of the lessons that Africa, and certainly the Horn, has to gain from the Middle East, for instance, is a point that Fuad Ajami sometimes makes, is that the Middle Eastern countries that have been more successful in propelling economic prosperity, property rights, strict enforcement of contracts, elite bargains, are the ones that, instead of looking to an outside power to blame, started by looking within themselves, started to adopt the standpoint of hope and optimism in terms of projecting a vision for the future that all the elites could find a stake in. And I think we maybe see a little bit of that in Rwanda, in the African continent. But outside of Rwanda, it's very difficult to see a visionary leadership which has been able to stage, and this also, of course, goes to great lengths in terms of supporting the state legitimacy project that Alexi has very capably opined on already. So the short answer to the question then is, no, the problems are not, I mean, the African countries are not all the same, but interests are always interests, elites are always elites. There's different groups of them. They may be, they may come to power using different means, but they all have preferences, they all have interests, and bargains The specificities of bargains may look different, but bargaining, trade, political and economic transactions are something that have existed since the beginning of time. So these are commonalities not just African countries have with each other, but that they have with other societies throughout history as well. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, okay, good. I think that was a very comprehensive answer. I think there were maybe a few aspects I could highlight as well. There was in part of that question or comment. There was this issue of governance and particularly the long-term governance of certain individuals in power for several terms. I mean, we can think about Djibouti, for example. I believe it's the 5th term right now that OIG is in power in Djibouti, and so forth. While then we have other states where that hasn't been so much the case. So I would just like to say that there is definitely differences and in the actual political systems. Like I referred to earlier on, Ethiopia being an imperial power, it was never colonized. Ethiopians take pride in that, and actually that gives different dynamics also in the politics and and the political realities that Ethiopia has today, which is important to also mention. So I think there is immense variability, not only within the Horn of Africa, but within Africa itself. We're talking about 54 states. 54 states part of the African Union. I mean, that's an immense number of states. If we think about the European Union, which is, much fewer states. So 54 states, immense cultural differences. And that goes back to also to the comment before. Identities in the Horn of Africa. Are we Arabs? Are we Africans? You know, this identity issue has been an important one, particularly in Sudan. And it was, to a certain extent, in the as one of the factors in the conflict, the long civil war that led to the independence of South Sudan eventually. But of course, if we think about African Union, if we think about 54 countries, yes, there are definitely many people who, especially in North Africa, who consider themselves Arabs. In the Horn of Africa, interestingly enough, there are many people who consider themselves African Muslims. And would say, you know, we are not really Arabs by identity. We are Africans, and but we share certain culture, certain religion with the Middle East because of the past, because of the present, and most likely because of the future as well. So this gives another sort of complexity to Africa working together. We didn't really mention anything about regional organizations or sub-regional organizations, and I think that's something we should also mention. You know, Intergovernmental Authority on Development in the Horn of Africa has been an important institution in terms of trying to bring stability, resolve conflict in the past. Unfortunately, it has waned a bit. IGAD, I'm sorry to be a bit critical, but IGAD hasn't really had the level of influence it had in lately. So oftentimes we see that conflict resolution, mediation and conflict resolution has fallen to the African Union, like we looked at, like we can see now with the issue of Northern Ethiopia. But also for bilateral talks and oftentimes external powers engaging in mediation. And that's actually one of these, oftentimes these stabilizing ways of external involvement, which is actually a good thing, trying to end conflicts in the Horn of Africa. And if it's done in bilateral way or if it's done in multilateral way, either way, I think it's just important that we are able to end such conflicts. Now, yeah, I think maybe I should stop there, and maybe we can have another.
Thank you,
few
doctors.
questions. Thank you.
Have a question right over there.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ambassador Mohammed Ali Guyo, IGAD Special Envoy for Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and Somalia, and also now with a special focus on the resolution of the conflict in Ethiopia as a special advisor to His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, one of the mediators. I have several observations. I hope can just run them through. Talking about stability in the Horn of Africa is a very important question, especially when it is discussed here in Abu Dhabi. Because communities in the Horn of Africa, the government and the people, have a special connection to the Arabian side. The Arabian side also have a special cultural, religious, geopolitical connection to the Horn of Africa. So the big question is, how can we leverage these important elements that binds the Horn of Africa and the Arabian Peninsula for purpose of prosperity and stability? That is the big question. Then the other important observation is, we are talking about the Horn of Africa region. I think for one to understand the Horn of Africa region, there are certain things that needs to stand out clearly. This is a region that is surrounded by regions with a complex geopolitics. It is sandwiched between the Sahel in part of Sahara, Africa, the North Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Great Lakes of Africa region. This is a region surrounded by this important complex region with the different security realities, politics, economy, and so on. And of course, these regional realities, the different geopolitics, impact on this region in a great way. And then, of course, the other issue about this region that we need to know is the Horn of Africa is a region in transition. The countries are in transition, the leaders are in transition, the government are in transition, the climate is also in transition, and of course the conflict also is in transition, because what we consider as a local conflict now has a global dimension, like the one in, for example, Al-Shabaab is a local conflict with global dimension. And then, of course, also there is localization of global conflict in this region. Then the other important aspect for the Horn for us to understand is succession of power. This is a region whose succession of power from one government to another is not predictable. Only in a few cases can one say that the succession of power is predictable, like recently in Somalia. Then, of course, the other one is also recently in Kenya. So this region suffers from a lot of issues, colonial issues, which has already been stated clearly. But the colonial issue plus internal contradiction has created this region to have a complex instability, where the region has become synonymous with self-determination, breakup of state, high-risk portfolio, and many, many other things that I cannot enumerate all of them. But the way forward is, let us discuss about what the question I posed already, for the two panelists. Thank you.
You want to start on this one, Alexei?
Yeah, do you want me to start? Okay. Yeah.
All right. Yes, I actually got a bit lost with the actual question. I agree with most of the comment part. What you said. Could you repeat if you had a specific question or that I would like to, I should answer?
How can we leverage our commonality between the Horn of Africa and the Arabian side going forward for purpose of mutual prosperity and stability?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is an important question, particularly because, not only because of the recent and current geopolitical and geoeconomic involvement in the Horn of Africa, but also also from the past, rising from the past. But I think we should emphasize here, particularly when we talk about the Horn of Africa, the importance of the Red Sea. And when we think about the Red Sea, I think the Red Sea should not be looked at, as it has, by the way, particularly in the Western academia for a long time, as a sort of a dividing water body between something called Africa and something called the Middle East. But rather, it should be looked at as a bridge and connection, cultural connection, economic connection, commercial connection for a very long time. And then, of course, when we have the Suez Canal that comes, that's opened in the later 1900s, the importance, the geopolitical and geoeconomic importance of the Red Sea even increases. So, so how can we leverage commonalities and sort of from the both sides of the Red Sea? And I think here, there is plenty of potential that we can actually work towards stability rather than instability. I think part of it is trying to, in many ways, to de-securitize both sides and particularly the maritime space and so forth. But I don't want to go too much into that because that will be in the next session. I think we have very interesting experts here for that. But I think the importance of Red Sea in this way, Red Sea is seen as a bridge, logistics bridge, something that unites rather than divides. And I think dealing with conflicts on both sides of the Red Sea in this way, in a common and constructive way together, is important. Also, if we think about Yemen, I think the Horn of African states should have the opportunity to also contribute constructively in resolving that conflict. And I think that would be very, very useful. That would be a very useful way of leveraging commonalities and connections in that way. But I think the potential is largely, there's big economic potential. For example, investment in the Horn of Africa, the local resources there that can be leveraged, that can be, that can serve for both sides in partnership. I think this is important, and I think from this we can really build something positive. But I think it requires
external actors in the Horn of Africa to work in some sort of unison rather than emphasizing their rivalries. And it also requires within the states in the Horn of Africa to deal with their local issues so that they can be a more constructive and positive partners to external actors. So I think it's really, again, like I tried to emphasize before, it really takes the two sides to tango and to work together in this way. I think there's a lot of potential, and I think a lot can be done. And I agree completely that, you know, the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea space, they're in transition. Yeah, they're in transition, but let's try to make the transition a positive one for everyone as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. Caleb, but you have a couple of
Do I have a
minutes.
minute on this one, or?
Concluding remarks, just because we need to start the other session.
Okay, I'll be very
Any
quick.
concluding remarks, so...
Okay, thank you again for having me on this panel, and let's reiterate my thanks for Mr. Abdul Rahman and Brendan for getting me here. Just very quickly on Mr. Ambassador's comments, I agree with most everything he said, and with Lexi's point on the need for desecuritization, but the cultural ties, we haven't really spent time on them, and you could have a separate symposium on the cultural ties alone. And the potential for utilizing that as cultural capital for peace building. We know that when the Prophet Muhammad was persecuted in Mecca, he sent his followers to the land of the Al-Habash in Ethiopia, and that became the first hijrah, and that the first Muslim communities in the Horn were actually the first refugees from Mecca who established the Emirates of Afar, of Harar, that lived under the Solomonic dynasty peacefully. This is tremendous cultural capital. A lot of it hasn't been utilized, and it seems over the last decade, countries from Israel to the Emirates to Turkey have sort of woken up to the influence they could muster in terms of bringing about positive change in this region. And I think, like Alexi said, there's tremendous opportunity in economics and security, but also in cultural engagement and interreligious dialogue as well. So I thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. I had a couple of questions, but unfortunately, due to time, maybe we'll have a conversation later. But thank you so much for sharing your insights. That concludes the end of the session. On behalf of Trans Research and Advisory, I'd like to thank the speakers and the audience who joined us today. Thank you, everyone.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, we thank our speakers for such an insightful panel and yourselves for the questions. Now, we invite you for a 10-minute coffee break, and then we'll proceed to our next panel. Enjoy. Now proceed to our second panel, titled Maritime Security and Piracy in the Horn of Africa, Challenges and Mitigation. The moderator of this panel will be Leonardo Jacopo, researcher at Strategic Studies Department, Trans Research and Advisory. And our experts this time will be Dr. Ali Pekka, Assistant Professor, Homeland Security Program, Rabdan Academy, UAE, and Professor Tim Edmonds, Professor of International Security at University of Bristol, as well as Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, co-founder and trustee of the Peninsula Foundation. Dear panelists, please join us to start the second session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Masai Khair Saidati Sadati. I'm glad to welcome you here today. I'm Leonardo Mazzucco, researcher at the Strategic Studies Department at Trans Research and Advisory. And I will be the moderator for this session. The panel is titled Maritime Security and Piracy in the Horn of Africa, Challenges and Mitigation. And it features three stellar speakers who have decades-long experience in studying, analyzing, and dealing with security threats emanating from the maritime environment. If I may, I would like to briefly share with you a few comments before entering the core of our discussion. Last week, representatives from EU NAVFOR Operation Atalanta and the Combined Maritime Forces convened in Manama, Bahrain, to have the 50th meeting of Shared Awareness and Deconfliction, SHADE. Starting in 2008, SHADE is a forum bringing together states, maritime affairs-focused international organizations, and shipping industry stakeholders, and I'm referring to shipping companies, port operators, and private security agencies. All parties acknowledge that the promising achievement of fighting piracy of the Gulf of Aden, of the Western Indian Ocean, and the Gulf of Oman have been strongly secured by the different security platforms inaugurated in this area. However, there were also a widespread consensus among the different participants in recognizing two main points. The first one is, while piracy has undergone a steep reduction over the past 14 years, and that sea harassment episodes have become a less urgent and less menacing concern than they used to be a couple of years ago, piracy threat has not been completely eradicated. Indeed, criminal networks thriving on the political and institutional turmoil breaking havoc ashore in the Horn of Africa still hold significant operational capabilities and practical means to jack up instability and ultimately favor a spillover of tensions in these busy waters. Second, the offshore dangers that seafarers and mariners face on a daily basis have become more complex, nuanced, and more difficult to tackle in a proficient and efficient way. As I mentioned before, this session will discuss past and current threats looming over free navigation and the unabated flow of commercial vessels in the Western Indian Ocean. What strategies and tools have been implemented to defuse these menaces, and we will also attempt to cast some light on the future trajectories for maritime security in the waters of the Somalia coast. Since time is tight, without further ado, I will move to introduce our panelists. At my left, there is Dr. Ali Pekka Sforza. He is an assistant professor at Rabdan Academy here in Abu Dhabi. Dr. Sforza has a several years-long expertise in defense and military affairs. His research interests are primarily focused on maritime security, modern navies, air power, defense technology, and the role of small powers in international relations. Then we have Professor Timothy Edmonds. He is a professor of international security at the University of Bristol and the director of the Global Insecurities Center. Professor Edmonds is a world-known scholar focusing on transnational organized crime at sea. He is also co-director of Safe Seas Network, which is a Denmark-based non-profit association uniting researchers with consolidated expertise on the maritime security and ocean governance, especially blue crimes, maritime security governance, naval operations, capacity building, and infrastructure protection. The third speaker is Dr. Vijay Sakhuja, the director of the School of Integrated Coastal and Maritime Security Studies at Rasingaraksha University in the Republic of India. Dr. Vijay is a former Navy officer who served in the Indian Navy for more than 2.5 decades. Unfortunately, he will not be able to join us in presence today due to academic teaching commitments, but still we will be able to enjoy his presentation through a pre-recorded speech. Before diving into this fascinating topic of discussion with our esteemed panelists, I would like to briefly highlight just a few ground rules. Each speaker has a time slot of around 15 minutes to give his presentation, and after that we will open the discussion with the public. So without further ado, I will now leave the floor to Dr. Holly.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. And let me start by first thanking Dr. Mohammed and the Trends organization for the very kind invite once again to one of your prestigious events. Very pleased to be part of these events once more. What I will be discussing to you today is to sort of set the scene for what are we talking about in maritime security of the coast of Somalia, and really bringing it to the bigger picture that we understand how significant this particular area is for global maritime connectivity. And I will end with 3 key propositions that I want to highlight for moving on toward future. So, as a way of setting the scene for this panel as well, I would like to highlight really the importance. So when we are looking at the Horn of Africa, Gulf of Aden, we should not focus on that particular point on map. We have to understand that for maritime security and for our maritime connectivity, for maritime space, this is a bigger issue. We are looking at broader connectivity between Asia and Europe, with the Middle East having the connections to both directions as well. So this is a vital maritime thoroughfare. At the same time, what we are seeing is one of the most dangerous bodies of water. So coming down from the Red Sea to the Bab el-Mandeb, or as we know in English, the Gate of Tears, very fittingly, and to the Gulf of Aden. So these are some of the most dangerous maritime choke points and sea lanes of communication simultaneously. When we are discussing piracy, and piracy in particular in the Gulf of Aden, I need to start by mentioning that there's very few incidents anymore. Since 2018, we haven't seen any verified piracy cases in the area. This is due to many reasons, some of which have to do, as the event today is talking about, the third parties, external parties' influence in addressing these problems. So foreign navy presences, having multinational naval groups addressing these issues. Since the highs and lows in piracy incidents, the shipping industry famously established what we know as high-risk area. So this high-risk area was very important in highlighting to the international community the dangers, if you will, of these waters. We have seen this high-risk area since then being shrunk and made smaller time after time, depending on these ups and lows of piracy incidents. Famously, in 2015, the high-risk area was reduced quite substantially to something that covered a big part still of the Western Indian Ocean. So still, we are talking about very large area. Now, very recently, in September 2021, the high-risk area was further reduced to primarily cover now, indeed, the areas around Horn of Africa. And as we know that the industry is planning to altogether remove the high-risk area on January the 1st, 2023, so very soon. And I will be sharing some observation whether this is premature move. And importance here is to point out also that this high-risk area and its reduced size, even removal, comes from indeed the shipping industry itself. So this is one of the key stakeholders that we see in the region, of course. This reduction of the high-risk area reflects the dramatic decline in actual piracy incidents and also verified attempts. No attacks on merchant vessels have taken place, like I mentioned earlier, since 2018 in this area. Piracy remains rampant in other parts of the world, but in the area of interest, not anymore so. Contributing to this decline in incidents has been really those international navies, starting from those of the United States, UK, and France, the more powerful and active Western navies, but very quickly expanding to include large and diverse group of other navies from around the world. And very prominently, but not altogether surprisingly, many of the bigger Asian navies, including especially China, Japan, and South Korea, but other increasingly active powers, if you will, like Indonesia. Now, all of these unilateral actions, if you will, of countries coming to protect their own commerce against piracy and also having their self-interests around the region. But on top of that, we have many international, multinational naval coalitions. The European naval operation Atalanta was mentioned very famously, and there is the world's largest maritime coalition, the Combined Maritime Forces, that was scrambled to address the piracy problem, especially during the uptick, the high point around 2011. Now, besides these more unilateral and multinational initiatives, we've seen many commercial organizations, the private military companies coming online. These kind of organizations are not necessarily anything new, but they became very prominent during the uptick of piracy. These companies come on board the vessels to provide something we can call close-in protection for the vessels against pirate attacks. But at the same time, they themselves have proven very controversial due to legal and humanitarian problems often associated with their actions. So this has led to the steady decline in piracy incidents, but we need to also recognize the fact that not all of these contribution to the lowering numbers come from the actions at sea. So I would always like to highlight this fact that even though in the industry and in the maritime security industry itself, a lot of the interest is often in what we can do at sea, patrolling and protecting the shipping lanes. But the problems themselves really are on land. So that should be also the starting point and where our efforts in dealing with these challenges should heavily be focused on. So the question very quickly becomes that, is the removal of the high-risk area premature? So we can see that we have big discrepancies between the different stakeholders. We can see that the shipping industry itself looks at the numbers of actual incidents. So we see declining incident numbers, which means for the shipping industry that there's less risk. That should mean less cost as well in terms of protecting those vessels. Now, if we look at foreign navies then, important stakeholders on their own right, they see increase of different types of threats around the region. And we have seen even militarization of that area due to the other threats, not just piracy. And in between these two different stakeholders, we have the insurance companies. So despite the fact that we are removing very likely the high-risk area by January 1st next year, insurance companies have already voiced that they are not going to remove the higher premiums as of now. What we can look at that despite the decline of these piracy incidents, especially when we move from Gulf of Aden, and again looking at the bigger picture of this maritime space, and especially the Bab el-Mandeb, we have seen terrorist activities. We have seen especially the Houthis launching attacks against both military and civilian vessels, and using means that used to be only available for state actors. So we have seen attacks, whether intentional or otherwise, using sea mines, using limpet mines, anti-ship missiles, and using drones to attack shipping. So this is a significant development in the sense that all of these used to be only the means of navies and powerful states. Now this is available for non-state actors as well, and threatening the freedom of navigation and peaceful shipping through these critical maritime choke points. Moreover, when we say that we have witnessed the decline in Somali piracy, it doesn't mean that these groups have somehow gone away. What we have seen is that their modus operandi has also changed. And this has largely to do with the naval patrols by external states. But what we now see is that many of these same groups are now engaged in other illicit activities, and most prominently perhaps smuggling of arms and contraband to war in Yemen. So now we again recognize how these different areas and different conflicts are connected in many ways. And this is again linked across the Gulf of Aden and Bab el-Mandeb. So it becomes a serious maritime security challenge. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that it is really important to highlight the fact that how these problems come from the land. So dealing with the symptoms only at sea is not really sufficient. We really need to deal with the insecurity, the instability, and the societal, social problems at sea. We have to deal more effectively with economic disparity, lack of job opportunities, and I will highlight also the illegal fishing that many say pushed the Somali groups to piracy. So it is also about desperation. So dealing with these activities, these problems, we are dealing also with these broader issues from piracy to smuggling and these conflicts around the region. As we learned in the previous session already, it is indeed the fragility, the violence in this neighborhood that is causing a lot of these problems for a very long time already, and very likely not going to end, unfortunately, anytime soon. Now, let me move on to 3 quick propositions before I conclude. My first conclusion is more relevant to the industry, the maritime industry. My second proposition is more aspirational indeed. And my third proposition is related especially to academia and with policy relevance. So my first proposition is related indeed to the high-risk area, whether it is premature to get rid of that high-risk area. So I would hope to see that the high-risk area is indeed maintained. This is because we should not be focusing on blindly, if you will, on the piracy issue in regarding the high-risk area. We should instead see the broader maritime insecurity. And therefore, because we see that the maritime insecurity is really prominent still today, it's just taking different forms. So that we keep the high-risk area and use it as the platform for our many responses. Now, the second point that I mentioned is more aspirational. It is indeed related to what I have now mentioned 2 times, that we need to have greater efforts to deal with these problems, the root causes of this maritime insecurity on land, and not just dealing with those symptoms at sea. My third and final position, like I mentioned, is more academic, but with great policy relevance, is related to the data itself. So we need to be really transparent about the data and scrutinize that data of piracy incidents, the maritime security incidents, so that when we publish records of how many piracy incidents, or indeed verified incidents, that we have to be really careful that we are actually talking about actual incidents, actual attempts. Because we have seen then different stakeholders using this data for various purposes, highlighting the risk or downplaying the risk. So it is really important that we remain transparent about that data. And a big part of this is that when we look at these incident numbers, we need to increase our understanding of the patterns of life around that region. That way we can be more accurate in assessing whether these suspicious activities around our vessels is actually attempted attack or not. With these brief remarks, I conclude here, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sforza, for sharing your thoughts with us, especially your concerns regarding the potential removal of high-risk area. And if I may, I would like to join your call to pay closer scrutiny on the symbiosis and deep correlations between onshore and offshore security threats. Now, I'm very glad to leave the floor to Professor Edmonds.
Thank you, Leonardo. And good morning, everybody. I think it is still morning. I've still got 5 minutes left to say good morning to you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organisers for inviting me here today. I'm very honoured to be speaking to you on this topic here in Abu Dhabi. My name is Tim Edmonds. I'm Professor of International Security and Director of the Global Insecurity Centre at the University of Bristol in the UK. I'm also co-director of the Safe Seas Network on Maritime Security alongside my colleague Professor Christian Buger at the University of Copenhagen. And if you want to find out more about Safe Seas, you can do so at our website, which you can see on the screen there is at www.safeseas.net. I want to do 3 things with my remarks here this morning. First, I want to give you a few introductory observations on the nature of the maritime security challenge off the Horn of Africa and in the wider Western Indian Ocean region. Second, I want to reflect briefly on how regional states and third-party actors have engaged with maritime security issues in the region to date. And finally, I want to consider what further actions should be taken to strengthen maritime security in this part of the world, and what the priority areas and challenges are likely to be in future. Now, I'm going to pick up on some of the same themes as Ollie, but hopefully I'll kind of build on them and add to them, and I'm not going to contradict them, which was really good to hear. I also want to look from the sea rather than land. Because we're talking about maritime issues, I want to start out by looking from the sea. And that means taking a slightly broader perspective to think about the Western Indian Ocean more widely. So I'm going with an even more expansive approach than Caleb did in his presentation, but I will zoom back into the land at the end. So let me start off by saying a few things about the current maritime security picture in this region today. On the one hand, there is much positive news. We've seen a major decline in piracy since 2012, with only sporadic or small-scale attacks since then. That is in part down to international and regional counter-piracy efforts, including naval patrolling and piracy prosecutions, but also due to strengthened ship security measures, the use of armed guards on vessels, and an increasing intolerance of pirate activities amongst local coastal communities and actors in Somalia itself. Indeed, in many ways, the wider Western Indian Ocean has functioned as something of a crucible of innovation for maritime security responses, including the development of novel coordination, cooperation, and information sharing mechanisms amongst state actors, as well as with private interests like the shipping industry. But it's equally clear that while piracy may have been contained, that is not the same thing as saying that it's been eradicated. Many of the underlying drivers of piracy are still in place. Few of the pirate kingpins have been prosecuted and imprisoned, and many of the socio-economic conditions that led to the rise of piracy in the first place, including deprivation and insecurity in coastal communities, have not gone away. In that context, there's always the risk that piracy could return in future if the conditions become favourable to allow it to do so. At the same time, the region continues to face a series of wider maritime security challenges which demand attention. In our research at Safe Seas, we identify three broad dimensions of the maritime security problem, which are illustrated in the triangle on this slide here. The first of these are interstate disputes and conflicts, for example, over maritime territories or marine resources. The second relates to maritime terrorism and extremist violence conducted at, from, or across the sea. Finally, there are multiple types of blue crimes, including piracy, of course, but also smuggling activities of various types and environmental crimes such as illegal fishing. All three dimensions are present off the Horn of Africa and in the wider Indian Ocean region. At the interstate level, we see maritime border disputes between Somalia and Kenya, as well as between the UK and Mauritius over the Chagos Islands. And looking further north, hybrid threats in the Strait of Hormuz are an ongoing threat to freedom of navigation. At the same time, the region is a subject of increasing geopolitical competition between major external and regional state actors. Terrorists and political extremists continue to pose a threat, both in relation to the maritime spillover of conflicts on land, as has been the case in Yemen and Mozambique, but also because extremist groups such as Al-Shabaab have been shown to engage in maritime crimes such as smuggling to help fund their activities. The threat of an Al-Qaeda or Daesh attack on shipping also remains a possibility. Finally, the waters off the Horn of Africa are home to multiple forms of blue crime beyond piracy. These include smuggling activities of narcotics, of arms, of people, as well as goods such as charcoal, sugar, and illicit wildlife products. Environmental crimes such as illegal fishing and pollution, generally carried out by actors external to the region, are also rampant. What's more, maritime criminals are adaptable. It is easy to transfer the skills and organisation needed for one type of blue crime, like piracy for example, to another, like smuggling, something that seems to have happened in the Somali case. All this means is that even with the decline of piracy, maritime insecurities off the Horn of Africa are not likely to disappear anytime soon. So what can and should be done? Well, the first thing to say is that much has been done already. I've already mentioned the measures that international and regional actors put in place as part of the counter-piracy response in this region. These included multiple multinational naval operations, CMF, EU NAVFOR, NATO's Operation Ocean Shield. They included the formation of new networks, of new mechanisms to coordinate and deconflict operations between the navies of multiple different countries, most notably the SHADE platform, but also at the diplomatic level, the recently renamed Contact Group on Piracy off the coast of Somalia, as well as other formats like the Djibouti Code of Conduct. They included the creation of a new legal transfer system to allow for the trial, prosecution and imprisonment of piracy suspects captured on the high seas, and they entailed the establishment of multiple capacity building activities to assist regional states in strengthening their own maritime law enforcement structures. Regional organisations have also turned their attention to maritime security issues, including the AU, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, the Indian Ocean Commission, and SADC. Now, what's remarkable about these formats is that so many of them have endured in the period since piracy's decline, often shifting their attention to some of the other forms of blue crime that I identified earlier. It's notable, for example, that the Contact Group on Piracy was recently renamed to the Contact Group on Illicit Maritime Activities in the Western Indian Ocean. These initiatives provide a ready-made architecture through which to respond to maritime insecurities in the Western Indian Ocean. However, they face the challenge of how to translate the unity of effort which underpinned the counter-piracy response into action on a more diverse range of maritime security challenges and in the context of heightened geopolitical tensions. They also need to work to translate declarations and strategies into action and outcomes. So what are the key considerations and challenges that need to be borne in mind if we are to build on these foundations for the future? The first is the challenge of maintaining unity of purpose. Counter-piracy responses worked in part because multiple different actors, not all of them natural allies, recognised that they shared a common problem. Piracy impacted on trade for Western nations, for China and Asian states, and for countries in the Gulf and the Middle East, as well as the shipping industry. It impacted on the maritime economies of African countries too, especially those like Seychelles, Mauritius and Kenya, with strong fishing and tourism interests. The picture is not quite so clear for some of the other maritime security challenges I've mentioned today. Different actors have different interests and priorities in maritime security. Not all issues are seen as major security threats justifying a concerted international response. In my view, that's a mistake. One of the distinguishing features of maritime insecurities is that they interconnect with each other. Insecurities in one area exacerbate those in another and can have impacts that spread far beyond the region alone. At heart, these are shared problems that need to be addressed collectively. In this context, it's important that the collective maritime security architectures established in response to piracy are not allowed to fragment and dissipate. The region needs working institutional formats for coordination and political dialogue, both to avoid duplication and fragmentation, but also to manage growing geopolitical tensions. Existing forums, like the SHADE mechanism and the Contact Group, should be nurtured and supported. There is an important role for regional states, including smaller states in this picture. Not only are these most affected by maritime security threats, they can also be effective brokers and facilitators for strengthening and sustaining regional maritime security architectures outside some of the geopolitical concerns that impact some larger states' engagements. We also need continued efforts to increase the level of awareness of maritime security challenges amongst political elites and citizens, and that requires better education, media work, and civil society engagement. Second, it's important to recognise that maritime insecurities are not just problems of the sea. They often have root causes on land. That means it's important to ask what kind of problem we're dealing with when we try to formulate a response. Maritime security is a multifaceted challenge involving issues of security, development, and law enforcement. And there's a danger that focusing too much on traditional security responses, that is military or naval ones, means we simply end up managing the consequences of the problem rather than addressing the problem itself. Now, part of the issue here is in working to address some of the wider issues of governance, development, and insecurity that we're talking about in this symposium today. But it also means understanding the causes and organisation of maritime threats better. In that respect, we need better data, more systematic data collection efforts, and better information sharing on the full spectrum of blue crimes in the region. While we know a lot about piracy, for example, and have some data on smuggling and illegal fishing, at least some types of smuggling, much less is known about other crimes. This is important because it can point us towards the underlying organisational structures, supply chains, and profit logics underpinning maritime criminal or terrorist networks. They can help us identify, help us develop responses that can target the often land-based organisations and enabling structures that lie behind the actual manifestation of these threats at sea. Finally, that tells us something about where we should focus capacity building. Capacity building remains critically important to the maritime security response because it helps regional states to develop the structures that will allow them to tackle maritime insecurities in their own backyards and over the long term. However, too many capacity building efforts fail because of short-termism, a focus on easy-to-implement projects, top-down approaches, and a lack of attention to local needs and context, and too much politicisation. We need to work towards a more locally owned and long-term approach to capacity building. Now, clearly, the at-sea response is important here. Developing maritime patrol, surveillance, and coordination capacities can have an important deterrent effect. But a longer-term solution requires a wider approach as well. It means building infrastructures and capacities to support legitimate livelihoods in coastal communities. It means developing legal infrastructures to enable the proper prosecution of criminal network organisers, or the development of stronger investigative and intelligence capacities for the suppression of organised criminal networks on land. It also means giving a greater voice and influence to the receivers of capacity building. Not all offers of assistance are helpful, and it's important that regional states have a clear sense of their own problems and priorities, and as far as possible are given the chance to shape the international assistance programs they receive. None of these responses are magic bullet solutions on their own, and none of them offer a quick fix. But maritime security is a complex challenge and requires a complex and multifaceted response too. It is in addressing these deeper structural challenges that longer-term solutions to the challenges of maritime security in the waters off the Horn of Africa are likely to be found. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Edmonds, for your insightful presentation. And if I may say, I really appreciate you spent some time highlighting how providing deterrence-based maritime security initiatives is just one segment, one tier of a broader approach to achieve meaningful and long-lasting results, aiming to provide a secure environment for mariners and seafarers to operate and navigate. Without further ado, I would now proceed with the speech provided by Dr. Vijay. So feel free to launch the speech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to be invited by the Trends Research and Advisory to participate in the symposium titled Efforts and Initiatives to Secure Peace and Stability in the Horn of Africa. I am unable to shrinking after successful hijacking fell drastically. However, shipping has been advised not to lower guard, and the threat and risk assessment remain essential when following best management practices filed. Looking back, over a decade ago, sea piracy raised its ugly head in the Horn of Africa. We had all consigned it to the silver screen. We had seen a lot of movies about it. But the Somali piracy caused major disruption in the safe navigation by international shipping that was transiting through the Gulf of Aden. The ripple effects of piracy in the region, particularly the Gulf of Aden, or if I may use the term Somali piracy, was felt across the globe and came to impact on the global economy. During the peak piracy time, the shipping industry was paying nearly $7 billion annually to help protect its vessels. Today, however, the number of piracy incidents have significantly reduced from over 300 in 2009 to really none, which is a very, very encouraging news. There are at least three distinct trends that emerged from the Somali piracy. First, the international community was visibly concerned about sea piracy, and the issue began to feature prominently in the United Nations debates, summit-level meetings where the leaders came forward and expressed concerns over sea piracy. Of course, ministerial discussions had this high on the agenda, and what followed were joint statements by countries concerned. Regional groupings too argued for bringing a favorable maritime environment through bilateral and multilateral agreements for bringing order at sea by countering piracy. In fact, the states took upon themselves to deliver public goods at sea in the form of counter-piracy operations against Somali pirates. Many countries dispatched their navies and law enforcement agencies to the region and committed to international counter-piracy operations. What emerged were multiple task forces comprising of diverse navies. Some chose to conduct counter-piracy operations individually, while others preferred limited cooperation. Prominent among these task forces were, of course, the US-led Task Force 150, 151, and 153 that followed, because it was quick to bring these task forces very quickly into the region because US Navy was already operating in the area. EU NAVFOR, Somalia, Chinese Task Force 525 were all there. Even my country, India, chose to go into the region, but they preferred to go it alone. But they were not short of cooperation, either with task forces led by the US or with the EU or with the Chinese task force. I'll discuss that a little later. The second trend that I observed emerged from the Somali piracies that over a dozen piracy monitoring agencies have mushroomed and are thriving. I think that's very good news. Some of these are UN-led agencies and initiatives, such as, to cite a few, UNODC, that is United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, Global Maritime Program, IMO, Global Integrated Shipping Information System, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, and their Maritime and Supply Chain Security reports. Regional groupings too began to support global efforts to counter piracy. For instance, Somali piracy featured in the annual IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, led Indian Ocean Dialogue that is held annually. The ASEAN member states were particularly worried about their shipping because they do not possess the capability and capacity to dispatch their navies to escort vessels that far into the Gulf of Aden. The EU dispatched ships to the Gulf of Aden, and China, India, Korea, and Japan established the internationally recommended transit corridor, or the IRTC. May I venture to suggest that the IRTC was an innovative Asian initiative and involved China, India, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. A Chinese official has observed, commenting on the IRTC, we share common views, but we also have differences. So we reached a consensus to patrol the IRGC according to set areas of responsibility. I think that's a hallmark of cooperation amongst diverse navies, or of course they came from Asia, but have their different philosophies of operation, both in terms of where their governments come from. The Maritime Security Center Horn of Africa, MSCHOA, Shared Awareness and Deconfliction SHADE program, Contact Group for Piracy off the Coast of Somalia, CGPCS, are some of the other multilateral initiatives that continue even today. Ladies and gentlemen, these multilateral initiatives are partnership driven and involve the governments, industry, and a number of stakeholders, thereby facilitating an interface to share perspectives, ideas, and help develop strategies to counter piracy. For instance, under the SHADE program, country force commanders share tactical intelligence, information on threats and challenges, and of course, deployment of forces, where they are deployed, which ships are available, who would be flying in, particularly in the context of aircraft, and other operational details relevant to counter-piracy operations. I think that's commendable in terms of, because navies themselves are generally suspicious of sharing such information with even partners. Likewise, the CGPCS was a platform, or is a platform, which enables the military, industry, legal experts, and other interest-based groups to deliberate and share information relating to counter-piracy. The third important outcome of the Somali piracy was the globalization of security responsibilities and duties. The security of the maritime domain has traditionally been the responsibility of the state and its arms such as the navies, the coast guards, and other law enforcement forces. These agencies are tasked to undertake operations to provide maritime security. However, the engagement of private maritime security companies, or PMSC, as one of the many responses to piracy in the Gulf of Aden, I think is a new phenomenon at sea. These agencies or these companies, comprising of handful of sailors who are armed, these offer a number of maritime security and anti-piracy services, helping the vessel make a safe and secure voyage. The PMSC personnel carry weapons and ammunition and offer shipping companies attractive options to counter piracy, particularly in the context of Somalia. They have successfully provided security services to hundreds of voyages, often effectively battling the pirates. According to market data, maritime security market was valued at US dollars 20.6 billion in 2021, and it is expected to register a cumulative annual growth rate of over 6% during the forecast period over the next 5 years, that is from 2022 to 2027. At another level, ladies and gentlemen, the industry, businesses, and corporates have also taken upon themselves to contribute to global efforts to counter piracy. There are several examples, and these are really good examples of such initiatives by the industry, such as the Langkawi International Maritime Aerospace Exhibition, Lima, held annually in Malaysia, the International Maritime Security Exhibition, IMDX Asia, which is held in Singapore, or the IDEX, or that is International Defense Exhibition and Conference in Abu Dhabi. These are all annual features, involve not only exhibitions and display of to attract stakeholders such as military, government, industry, and academia, but conferences and seminars are designed to address contemporary maritime security threats and challenges. And in these, whether it was Langkawi in Lima, in Langkawi, IMDX in Singapore, or IDX in Abu Dhabi, they all had a generous contribution in terms of the threats and challenges posed by piracy in the Gulf of Aden. The events are labeled, as I may suggest, as must attend and are part of the global naval and maritime security calendar. These have been important instruments, and to my mind, they turn into important stakeholders. Here, let me take this opportunity to compliment Trends Research and Advisory, which has chosen to highlight the issue of sea piracy in this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of any maritime security and safety initiative is predicated on cooperative agendas and willingness of states to undertake capacity building of others. I must also add that common security concerns are best addressed through maritime multilateralism, which to my mind and belief is the best paradigm for multilateral security cooperation and should find reference in foreign policy articulations by maritime states. Over the past decade and a half, Somalia, the traditional, as we would put it, heartland of Indian Ocean piracy, has undergone considerable reforms. The country was a case of combination of underdevelopment, poverty, violence, corruption, lack of good government, which all triggered piracy in the Gulf of Aden. The significant combined international anti-piracy efforts have led to the dramatic fall in the number of piracy incidents in the Indian Ocean and, of course, in the Gulf of Aden. However, adverse conditions continue to persist in the wider region, particularly in Yemen, which remains engaged in a state of civil war. Ladies and gentlemen, let me leave you with a thought. Now that Somali pirates have gone home or have been defeated at sea, is it time for the navies to depart from the Indian Ocean? It's a thought-provoking question. My own belief is that these navies must continue to be deployed in the Indian Ocean, given that the region is prone to numerous other non-traditional threats and challenges, such as maritime terrorism, drug running, gun smuggling, illegal migration, etc. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. I wish the symposium and Trends Research and Advisory all the very best.
We are sincerely thankful to Dr. Vijay for joining us, although not in person, and we appreciate the effort he did and highlighting how we collectively enjoy freedom of navigation and safe routes for commercial ships and vessels to navigate between east and west, north and south. And his idea of presenting the maritime environment as a public good. However, this comes with strings attached, as we know. So as collectively we enjoy this privilege, as collectively we suffer if the maritime environment is threatened and under menace. And since time, unfortunately, is running up, and to be honest with you, I would like to enjoy my privilege as a moderator to ask several questions that I prepared for the speakers. I think that it's better to end that privilege to who really matter here, that is the guest. So please feel free to raise your hand and someone from the wonderful staff of Trends will reach you with a mic, and so we could enter properly the Q&A session.
Good evening or good afternoon. Abdel Junaid, I'm a columnist, geopolitics, security and defense. Thank you, interesting presentation, the first sessions, and now we've been hearing about the impact of, piracy on the freedom of navigation, trade, and also in support of, let's say, terrorism and other aspects. But personally, we've been hearing this for quite some time. What is the impact of continuous destabilized or failed geography that will always lend to, continuous status of lawlessness in the Horn of Africa and somewhere else. If we want to address this issue, I believe we need to do a little bit of reverse engineering, go and address the issues of stabilizing those failed geography to start with, and then move collectively. We've seen how prolonged crisis or failed geography like Somalia have aided the flourishing industry of piracy. Piracy in the Horn of Africa, it's not a phenomenon. It is an industry that needs to be addressed. But to do that, we need to address the actual root cause. Okay? We've seen how important the lack of regional player to galvanize regional will. We need that as well. And we need to as well ask the Africans to step up and to take responsibility and not just to play the victim all the time. We need to address models like what the UAE with the coalition had achieved in the island of Socotra. That model have invigorated certain aspects that did aid in restabilizing the group of islands surrounding Socotra and also the waters. And finally, if we're going to address the issue of the top of the Indian Ocean maritime security, I believe we seriously need to address what Jah Bahar in Iran represent in terms of aiding this state of lawlessness.
Please, Dr. Holly and Professor Edmonds, feel free to join the discussion as you see fit.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, very good. Thank you very much for those comments and questions. I totally agree with you on your remarks, and especially having to deal with these problems on land primarily. And the fact that maritime security problems or the overall maritime insecurity is probably not going to go anywhere. There will be different forms of that maritime security in future as well. But I do agree very much on the premise that we need to build stability in those countries that are fragile. We need to build capacity to empower those coast guards and navies, security services to take better care of their own coastline. Big problem right now, what we see in that broader region is also the fact that there's broader lack of any capacity. So there's very little naval or coast guard power in most of those countries. So that also makes it possible that we see so much lawlessness at sea. So what we need to see is very comprehensive capacity building effort, something that we could discuss probably in greater detail how to actually do it and its dangers. But what I would like to really emphasize here is that when we look at this capacity building in the region and actually around the world, we shouldn't be always asking great powers, the major powers, to do the capacity building. We have very adept smaller and medium-sized countries, including UAE, who is doing a stellar job in different parts of the region, building that capacity, training, providing capabilities. So the answers for many of the countries who really need that capacity may indeed come from the smaller powers who have also developed and answered those questions of capacity from the perspective of smallness, if you will. That will be very difficult for major powers to always acknowledge and recognize these challenges that are very different for smaller countries. So I would be indeed suggesting more for the smaller and medium-sized but advanced countries to take lead in many of these capacity building efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I concur with much of what Ollie just said, so I won't repeat it. I agree that in part the solution to maritime insecurities in the Horn of Africa lies on land. It involves questions of capacity building, and it involves issues of coastal livelihoods and addressing the conditions that lead people to engage in maritime crimes in the first place. But I also think that's not the whole story. And I think if you look, for example, at the piracy issue, one of the comments from a lot of Somali actors when piracy was at its height was, look, these international coalition is spending a lot of time on countering the problem of piracy that originates in Somalia. But what's happening about illegal fishing, for example, in our waters? What's happening about pollution in our waters? And I think if, for example, you look along the whole of the eastern seaboard of Africa, the issue of illegal fishing, or indeed overfishing under license, is absolutely critical, because it's precisely one of those exacerbating factors that increases the socio-economic insecurity of coastal and fishing communities. So I agree entirely that the solution, the underlying solution to a lot of these root causes lies on land, but I do think that there are things that external actors could do better. If you look at where the illegal fishing fleets or the overfishing is coming from, often it's from the EU, or it's from Asian countries. These are countries from outside the region. So not all of the maritime security problems the region experiences are just African problems.
Many thanks. I've been told that there are other questions, please.
Yes, we have one question.
Please proceed.
What are the limits of the international responses to piracy in the region?
Was that, sorry, what was the limits or the merits?
The limits of the international responses to piracy in the region.
So I think, well, one of the limits, or one of the challenges, is I mentioned in my talk of how to sustain the structures that were set up in response to counter-piracy to deal with a wider set of maritime security challenges. I do think another limit or another issue to think about in terms of going forward relates to some of the points Ollie made around the kind of the militarization of the region and in relation to counter-piracy. Because regional states do not have the capacity to police their own waters, external states have come in to do so. External states from all over the world. Now, the danger here is that in doing so, there is a risk that external geopolitical tensions are also imported into the region. And I think one of the challenges for thinking about maritime security in the Western Indian Ocean over the next 10 years is how those geopolitical tensions can be managed, particularly given the wider geopolitical picture in the Indo-Pacific, for example, but also within this region too.
Okay, I could build a little bit on that. I totally agree with what Professor Edmunds mentioned. Some of the limitations for those multinational coalitions is definitely the fact that when many of them were started with the upticks of piracy, right? So the problem became very quickly now that when the piracy incidents have declined, so the premise why they are there has gone away. So they were focusing entirely on piracy. So we have seen some of these coalitions now going away, some struggling with maintaining their viability, if you will, and legitimacy, very importantly. Why are they still there? And on the other hand, we have seen new coalitions being established, like the Task Force 153 in the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb and Gulf of Aden, which is addressing again more broadly the maritime insecurity, but with greater focus on these extremist violence and using these, what I mentioned earlier, state-like weapons attacking shipping. Now, a big problem, what comes to the geopolitical tensions, I would be personally rather concerned indeed about the fact that these, in academia we often call them non-traditional security challenges, but in actual fact you could call them everyday security challenges, versus then this rising geopolitical tension between different regional and extra-regional powers, that any of these tensions flaring up around the world will have immediate effects in this region as well. So we have to start also thinking about mechanisms to deconflict in one way or the other these navies spreading their influence, if you will. And this all comes to all the other forms what we have discussed of cooperation. Capacity building becomes immediately competitive capacity building between these major powers. So it is now not just anymore about simply helping out those who need the assistance, but it has these countries and regions become part of this broader geopolitical competition between the major powers. And this is actually one of the underlying reasons why I proposed earlier this, that we should have the advanced, smaller and medium-sized countries perhaps taking a lead in many of these initiatives and capacity buildings to avoid getting entangled in this geopolitical dynamics.
Many thanks, Dr. Hawley and Professor Edmonds, for sharing your thoughts on this Q&A session. Since, unfortunately, we are running out of time, I would like to leave you with one final comment on one concluding remarks on the question of limitation. And I would also add to all the points raised by our esteemed speakers that while deterrence-based security answers to different arrays of threats at sea have proven effective in curbing piracy, still both regional and international security platforms has unfortunately revealed suboptimal levels of interagency integrations. Although SHADE, the forum we spoke about earlier, is still a promising initiative to bring together navies with different backgrounds and, as Dr. Vijay highlighted, different philosophy of conducting security operations, still interagency cooperation is not at the optimal level that we would like to see in a region that is that important to coastal and littoral state, but also the entire world. Other than that, if it was for me, I would like to continue this discussion for hours, but I do realize that there are other panels that are equally important and equally interesting. So before leaving the floor, just letting me to thank you again, our esteemed speakers, and the best of luck for the next panels.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our speakers for their rich discussion and our distinguished guests for their questions. Please allow me to welcome our experts to the next panel, which will discuss efforts and initiatives to secure peace and stability in the Horn of Africa, rationales and interests. The moderator of this panel will be Sultan Al-Ali, researcher and acting deputy head of the Global Barometer at Trans Research and Advisory. Dr. Marco Deledo, Head of Analysis Unit of the African Desk Center for International Studies in Italy. Dr. Federico Donelli, Assistant Professor in International Studies at the University of Trieste, as well as Dr. Brandon Cannon, Assistant Professor, Khalifa University, United Arab Emirates. Dear experts, please join us to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Sultan Majid. Today I'm going to be the moderator for this panel. It gives me a great pleasure to be among pioneer researchers and officials and our guests whose knowledge and experience will certainly shed light on this panel topic. The effort and the initiative by third parties to secure peace and stability in the Horn of Africa, rationales and interests. Now, the drivers behind the unstable history of the Horn of Africa illuminated amazingly. The preceding panelists show us the potential for conflicts in the Horn to pull neighboring countries and affect the entire region through refugee flow and political instability. We will therefore seek to examine the efforts and initiatives of third parties on national, regional, and international levels as well, and to try to assess whether these efforts have been effective in preventing conflict escalation and establishing the groundwork for future peace and security. Accordingly, on today's panel, we have 3 experts who will enlighten us upon this topic. Our first speaker will be Dr. Marco Di Lodi. He is the head of Analysis Unit at the African Desk Center of International Studies in Italy. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you, Trends Advisory Research and Advisory, for invitation. For me, it's the first time here in Abu Dhabi, and it's an honor to attend this wonderful event and conference. I think it, and I hope it will be only the first of a long series in the future. Today I will address in my 15 minutes a very complex topic about the action of these external actors in the Horn of Africa, aka China, Russia, United States, European Union, and special guest, my country, Italy. And I would like to mention the Italian foreign policy in the Horn of Africa because as a formal colonial power in the region, I think I must do that. Also to underline the limitation of Italian foreign policy in the Horn of Africa, but also the opportunity of developing new strategies and cooperation both with regional partners and other actors. I am not an academic, I am an analyst, so my approach can be a little different. I'll try to go straight to the point, and I will start with giving you just these 5 points and these quotes that try to make a synthesis of the main indicators and the main line of foreign policy in the Horn of Africa of these actors. First of all, I should tell you that according to our analysis and according to my view, in the next year we should take a decision about what will be our strategy in the Horn of Africa, because it will come an age of competition between external actors or an age of cooperation. I think that we will have the both. I mean, some actors can build a cooperative approach in order to protect their interests in the region and in order to exploit together the opportunities that Horn of Africa can offer, including the opportunity of stabilization of the region, but other actors maybe for the same reasons, I mean to exploit this opportunity, will be more in the position of not finding cooperative approaches. We have an elephant in the room when we talk about Horn of Africa, external actors action in Horn of Africa. And the elephant in the room is, of course, China. China is, as an external actor, I think the most influential actor in the region. And the strategy of China on the geographical point of view has three pillars: Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And the geographical pillars are deeply connected with the interests of China that are still based on natural resources exploitation and infrastructure development. But that was the old era of Chinese strategies in the Horn of Africa. I say old era because in 2021 in Dakar, in Senegal, there was the FOCAC meeting, so the China-Africa Summit, we can call it like this, 2021, in which a revolution in China strategy toward Africa and toward the Horn of Africa just started. This revolution was built on one particular concept, the concept of governance. It is very important, the concept of governance, because that means that China will like to change its approach in Africa and in the Horn of Africa in particular. Since 2021, the strategy of China was more or less political, neutral. So, going in the Horn of Africa, going in all the African continent, and try to exploit, to develop its business and its economical activities without deep political and social engagement and commitment. This strategy works until the late part of the 20s, so until 2018, 2019, but then some problem emerged. And these problems were at the face of anti-Chinese movements and protests in some part of Africa, specifically in Angola and in Zambia, were the most vocal cases. Beijing learned from that protest and that problem in relationship, changing its strategy, and decided to invest in a more specific way in social and political activities. They started with Nigeria, but then they had, and they have in the Horn of Africa, the most important laboratory for the changing of the strategy. So, continuity in business, but expanding in political engagement and security engagement. And we have a proof of this change. For the first time in the history of Beijing, the Foreign Affairs Minister, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister, decided to create a special envoy for the Horn of Africa. And this is a very important commitment. Also, in one of the documents approved in the China-Africa Forum in Dakar, there was the China-Africa Strategy Vision to 2035, in which Beijing and the African partners of Beijing introduced the concept of governance improving. And that's very important, because one of the topics that will lead China action in the Horn of Africa in the future will be growing and investing in stability and committing in a more deep and explicit way in political engagement. I think that we got the first sign of this new commitment also in the Ethiopian civil war. I believe that China had a significant role, maybe not very clearly, I mean not under the light of the sun, in facilitating the peace deal between the Tigray and the Tigray Front and the Addis Ababa government. The interests of China in the Horn of Africa are very concrete, and they are connected to the freedom and the protection of SLOCs, so sea line of communication, and the protection of Djibouti strategic port. In the future, this need for security, for naval and maritime security, will increase because huge Chinese investments are also in Kenya and in Ethiopia, which is in the mind of China's strategies the place in which in Africa China will relocate part of its industry. So China will become more and more focused on IT technology and would like to relocate part of the industry in Ethiopia. So Ethiopia will be, according to China, the new engine of African industrialization. But as you know, Ethiopia is a landlocked country, so it needs the ports to connect to the world. So Djibouti plus Ethiopia plus Kenya. But if you want to establish security, you have to participate in the first, in person, you first. So we have in Djibouti the most important Chinese military facilities abroad. The naval base that now will provide security for the sea line of communication, but in the future will provide also advisory and will provide all the activity of training for local forces. And for Chinese mind and for Chinese strategic thinking, this is a revolution. This is something like, from day to night or vice versa. This is something that they never did with this approach. It's something revolutionary for them. And if you take an example of Ethiopia just now have inside the Naval Military Committee of their country a Department of Naval Studies connected with China Department of the Army of Naval Studies. So they are thinking about that. And the revolution in governance will be something very, very important, because for the first time China, that considers itself a developing country and can use this kind of diplomacy, actually used this kind of diplomacy for engage deeply with African countries, will grow more and more and more and more influential. It will be like a heavyweight boxing champion that has to fight with, medium weight boxing champion. It's like, if I decided to fight Mike Tyson in his prime, I had no chance to win. And maybe we should face this kind of scenario in the future. Second country, and so for that reason I used continuity, strengthening, expansion. Second country, Russia. I use counterattack diplomacy strategy in football lexicon. I mean, Russia, after the Cold War, loses a lot of position and influence in Africa and the Horn of Africa. Today, the only two real partners of Russia are Sudan and Eritrea. And Russia has shown itself able to exploit our weaknesses, or I should explain better, the weaknesses of other actors. When they find a void, they fill it. It happens with Sudan, it happens with Eritrea, and they try to do it with Ethiopia, but they fail because the void in Ethiopia were not so wider. The strategy that Russia uses, you know it very well, it's the Wagner diplomacy. So they give this box of services to some governments in which they provide security for very few assets in the country, the political elite and some mine or some industrial or natural resources site, and they try to sustain the elite of that country in the international forum. This kind of diplomacy helped Moscow to obtain a huge support in the international arena, but after the Ukraine war, maybe they have to rebalance their capabilities, because many of the assets of the Wagner Group that were in Africa were redeployed in Syria right now, so they are fighting. An example is Mali. But generally speaking, the strategy of Russia is more focused on Sahel, so Libya, Mali, Burkina Faso, a little bit on Nigeria. In the Horn of Africa, they don't have the instrument, the tools, and the weight to act in deep. United States, a new commitment. The United States policy to Africa, I say it's a passive strategy. I mean, they try always to react to something. In the last decade, the main focus was terrorism and violent extremism. So basically, a lot of action under the military umbrella to fight extremist and terrorist organizations, also in Horn of Africa. They succeed, sometimes yes, sometimes not. Today, the new focus of United States agenda in Africa is countering China. Because China, the pivot to Asia, it's the key of US foreign policy, and all the other action in other parts of the world will be built on the mainframe, and the mainframe is the pivot to Asia. So the action in Africa will be the one to counter Chinese strategy. But for the US will be not easy, because US has not African states, a lot of African states and a lot of African people has not a good perception of the US and of US foreign policy in their continent and abroad, despite of the very good perception of Chinese actions and Chinese foreign policy. So it will be a huge mountain to climb. European Union. I should include European Union in the actors, but it's a little bit a provocation. Because as you know, one of the top problems of European Union is that we don't have a unity on unitarian foreign policy. But we try to balance the foreign policy of France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and it's very, very difficult. For that reason, when you come to Horn of Africa, the common points of the European Union action are three: maritime security, as you see with Atalanta mission in the Western Ocean Indian, countering crime, transnational crime, and illegal migration, and countering terrorism. Of course, it's not easy to do that. We are dealing with a huge phenomena. And the real problem is that now European Union has not enough resources to deploy in the Horn of Africa. The focus is Sahel, it's West Africa, so Gulf of Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Libya. And after the pandemic and after the Ukrainian-Russian war, for European Union will be more and more difficult to have a strategic action and coherent action in the Horn of Africa. It's a declining actor. Last of all, my country. We have limited resources, but with soft power and with our diplomatic capability, we were able to still retain some gold spot in the country. As you know, Italy has only one permanent base, a military base abroad, and this only military permanent base abroad, it's in Djibouti. For me, it's a very particularly military structure because I was there when they opened it in 2013. It was a pleasure for me. But the focus of our activity, it's more military in sense of cooperation, in sense of training and advisory to Djiboutian forces, to Somali forces, than economically and politically. For that reason, I think that now, and I'm going to conclude, now that we are entering, I think, a new phase of international relations, especially in Africa, a phase characterized by multilateralism, my country should and probably will looking for new partnership in the Horn of Africa. And now we are here in Abu Dhabi, and I truly think that one of the partnerships that my country should think of with more attention will be the partnership with UAE. We have a lot in common when we think about Africa, and we have, according to my view, convergent interests. For that reason, as far as we can, let's talk about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. It's quite noteworthy that you have mentioned and described the U.S. foreign policy more as a reactive upon a specific agenda that happens in Africa. Now, please, Dr. Federico Donelli, he's going to be our second speaker. He's an assistant professor in international studies at University of Trieste. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. And I would like to thank you, of course, Trend Research and Advisory team for organizing such interesting symposium. When they asked me to take part, to attend to this conference, I thought for a while on which topic I have to focus my presentation. So I decided to analyze from the perspective, from more international perspective, what the Horn of Africa is and how important the Horn of African complex in terms of security is. I appreciate the presentation of my colleagues on the former panel because all of them in some way touch the point of the importance of international system. Mr. Ambassador before mentioned about the complex geopolitics. That is a label that I really like it. So I would like to focus on this point for me. I just try to, if it works, it doesn't work. Anyway, if we analyze the international system, we have to consider that the international system is passing through many changes during the last 2 decades at least. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so if we see the many change of the international system, we have to consider that Africa is part, I mean, in general, Africa is part of this wider complex system, and there are some security dynamics that are strictly related to Africa, and in some way, and this is an important point, I believe that when we analyze African security, we have to consider that is a two-way relationship. I mean, we have to consider the effect, the implication that the international events have on Africa, but at the same way, we have to consider the effect and the implication that African events have on the international system. Usually, when we discuss about the security dimension in Africa, we always talking about this so-called scramble or new scramble for Africa. New scramble for Africa is, of course, is a sort of label that try to catch all the dynamics related to the post-20, to the post-208, 209 financial crisis and the growing involvement of new actors in the African context. These new actors are what usually we as a scholar call a non-traditional extra-regional actors. Non-traditional extra-regional actors, of course, are mainly related to China, India, so the great powers, great emerging powers, but we have a variety of new players, new small and middle players that are trying to carve out some space in the African context. And among these players, of course, we have Gulf monarchies, we have Turkey, and we have also some European countries that are trying to find a different way of approach in the African context. Some other call these as a post-colonial geopolitics. Post-colonial geopolitics because they want to in some way to enlighten how the new emerging players are trying to present themselves as a completely different in comparison with the traditional players because they don't have a colonial past. And that is an important point, especially when we talk about the trust building. So for the trust building process, the lack of a colonial past is something useful in many African contexts. Of course, the consequences of this new structure, of these new international structures are related to the context, to the single context, so to the regional context, where we have new dynamics and new patterns of relationship. And these dynamics and patterns of relationship, again, are not in one way, but are in two ways. Because sometimes when we discuss about Africa, I think that we do not give enough importance to the African players. Anytime we discuss about Africa, we are talking about what China is doing, what the United States are doing, or what European Union. But we have to focus also to the African actors. In that context, we have to consider the idea or the so-called theory of extraversion. The theory of the extraversion is a theory related to the dependence of African states toward the global financial market and toward the extra-regional actors. And just to summarize, the idea is that also the African elite in some way contributed to this relationship of dependence in order to gain as much as possible. For what? For their power within domestic sphere. So in some way they try to play also with the competition, the global competition, the extra-regional rivalries in order to gain as much as possible into the domestic sphere. When we consider, and I try to briefly apply this idea to a single case study that is, of course, is one of the most important disputes in the Horn of Africa, that is the dam, the mega project, the Ethiopian dam, so the Ethiopian mega project and the controversy, especially with Sudan and Egypt, but with the involvement also of the other littoral countries, because many times when we discuss about the Nile issue, we forget to say that there are also other African states involved in that issue. If we understand this GERD issue, we have to consider the complexity of that issue. We cannot consider only the regional countries, or to better say, I'm trying to categorize the players in two macro categories. The first one is the regional players, and within these categories we have, of course, state actors, so Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, Kenya, and many others. But at the same time, we have non-state actors. And when I'm talking about non-state actors, I'm talking about organization, regional organization, but I'm talking about also movement, political parties. As the first panel showed, there are many different players within the domestic sphere as well. So, and they are stakeholders also into the disputes, into the controversy. At the same time, in the other macro category, I put together some extra-regional actors, and usually we discuss about global politics and global great power politics, so China, United States, but again, there are also many other actors, middle and small powers, and at the same time, we have to consider the macro-regional dynamics. When we talk about Horn of Africa, we are talking about a region that is in between many macro-regional systems. I mean, the Sahel, the Maghreb, the Arabic Peninsula, so the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean, and all of them plays a role into security dynamics of the Horn of Africa. During the last 5-6 years, we have many different attempts to solve or to try to find a solution for the GERD issue. Nowadays, the problem is more related to the filling of the dam, so the timing of the filling of that dam. And we have two different approaches, but that in some way gave something new to the discussion, to the debate, and also paved the way for a new context also in the dispute resolution, in African dispute resolution. The first attempt was related to Turkey. Turkey is among one of the players that are trying to, we can say, to build a new status in Africa, more in general, international level, but in Africa especially. And Turkey has tried to leverage its growing influence in the north of Africa in order to find a solution also to the GERD issue. There are some important aspects related to the Turkish approach. Some of them are related, for example, to the water politics. You know that Turkey has many different water disputes, especially with Syria and Iraq. So in some way, there is sort of expertise in addressing all the water politics disputes. So in some way, the Turkish approach tried to give something to the discussion in that terms. At the same time, the Turkish approach exploited many limits, and among these limits, there was the idea to, we can say, to find a solution by staying on the Ethiopian side, especially on the Ethiopian side. And that, of course, was related to the, again, to the geopolitics, because at that time Turkey was trying to influence the Horn of African dynamics by siding with a single country, in that case Ethiopia, and we know there are still many relationships between Turkey and Ethiopia in terms of trade and also defense and security. Why it failed? Why this attempt failed? Because there was a poor conviction by the Turkish mediators. Turkey at that time has also other problems, has other crises, more primary focus. And at the same time, there was a limited outreach toward the other two main contenders that are Sudan and Egypt. So the idea to get involved more Ethiopian than the other was a limit. The second approach is related to the UAE approach to the dispute. Also, UAE decided to adopt an original approach to the GERD issue, and the key point of this original approach is to understand that you cannot tackle just the Nile issue without consider all the other disputes that are related to the countries involved in the Nile issue. And that's why UAE decided to promote, first of all, an agreement on the border dispute between Sudan and Ethiopia, the Al-Fashaga issue. So the idea was to find a solution or a sort of preamble agreement between Sudan and Ethiopia, and then put together with a more comprehensive approach to the Nile issue. At that time, the approach of UAE, the benefit of this approach were related to the idea to the fact that UAE understood the dynamics, they better understood the dynamics in comparison with Turkey, but at the same time, they present themselves as a neutral mediator. So in this case, UAE in some way creates some misunderstanding with Egypt, for example, on the GERD issue. Why they fail? They fail because Sudan and Egypt show intransigence with the proposal. So they didn't want to find a comprehensive solution. At the same time, Ethiopia decided to agree on a comprehensive solution, but without binding guidelines. Okay? So that was the reason why. To conclude, and I would like just to summarize some of the key issues related to my presentation, and I would like, of course, to give some food for thought for QAE and other panel. There are some limits to any mediation attempt in the Horn of Africa, and these limits we can see from the lack of trust. That's really hard. Anytime there is a dispute, if one player would like to try to present himself or herself as a kind of mediator, there is a general lack of trust. The second constraint is related to the equidistance. So the fact that if you want to play as a mediator, you have to be equidistant with all the contenders, or you have to present yourself as equidistant. Another important thing is the extraversion. So these new geopolitics, these new complex geopolitics in the Horn of Africa also paved the way for a new market of extraversion. So the African players try to gain as much as possible, and they play on the competition, on the interest and rivalries of extra-regional players. So this is a dynamics that if you want to play as a mediator, you have to fully understand. And finally, the permeability. The permeability means that the Horn of Africa is one of the most conflict-ridden regions in the world, because there are, in many cases, we have that rules of international relations that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So many times, the lack of trust among African players is related to the fact that some African state contributed to generating instability in some other African state. So the permeability of the system. The learning lesson from these approaches is that the best approach is a comprehensive one. So consider not only in the case of GERD, the water security issue, but also social, economic, political issue related to that, and also other disputes like the border dispute. Another thing important is the knowledge. All the mediators usually lack of a deep knowledge of the African players, the African socio-political environment. So that's why also this symposium is a good opportunity to exchange a thought about it. And finally, the transparency and the multidimensionality. So any kind of attempt, mediation attempt, should be related to, in some way, to deal with the multi-dimension of the dispute, okay? So this is another important step. So I conclude here, and I leave the floor to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Federico. This is quite a fruitful presentation. I think it's quite important also to see this idea that you have mentioned, that today Africa has become an arena where several players have been started to involve in different levels and approaches. Now we have our final and third speaker, Dr. Brandon Cannon. He's Assistant Professor of Khalifa University at the United Arab Emirates. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Your Excellencies, Dr. Mohammed, the staff and analysts at Trends, the organizers, for putting together this conference. It's wonderful to see friends and colleagues here, many of whom I have known for a number of years but have never met in person. So it's wonderful to have you come to Abu Dhabi and be able to meet you here. Trends is offering, I think, what is some of the best that Abu Dhabi has to offer. It's a truly global think tank now with a truly global footprint, and I think that the individuals who have participated in this conference are a testament to that. So I'm delighted to be here and delighted to be the last speaker today. First of all, I'm going to look at something that is mostly African here. We're going to look at African actors and specifically looking at the most recent peace deal between Tigray and the Ethiopian federal government. But first, let me just reel off a list of the litany of failures or tragedies that have beset the Horn of Africa since independence in 1960 or the late 50s, early 60s for most of these states. 1961, December, the Somali Union between former Italian Somaliland and former British Somaliland begins to fall apart 1.5 years after it joined. Late 1960s, you have the era of irredented struggles that moves into the 1970s with the Shifta War between Somalia and Kenya and culminating the Ogaden War in the late 1970s, as Alexei spoke about, as well as Dr. Caleb. Haile Selassie is overthrown in 1974. 1981, the Somali liberation movement's founded in London as Somalia begins to truly fall apart. 1983, South Sudan's struggle for independence really kicks off. 1988, the bombing of Hargeisa, the capital of Somaliland, by Somali Air Force on the orders of Mogadishu. 1991, Somaliland declares independence and Somalia falls apart, never to be put back together again to this day. 1993, you have Ethiopia fall apart in the Eritrea-Ethiopia War, with Eritrea declaring its independence in 1993, and the Tigrayan Liberation Front taking control in Addis Ababa and ruling in the form of Prime Minister Meles Zenawi until very recently with the election of Abiy Ahmed in 2018. 2011, South Sudan declares independence after a long struggle. 2014, South Sudan falls into civil war. 2018, you have the overthrow of the Omar al-Bashir regime in Khartoum. 2020, the Ethiopian civil war begins. And how did we get here? How do we get out of this? All right? So what I'm about to talk about is a truly African story as opposed to external state interaction that we've spoken about in this panel. And it's about attempts to solve these African problems. Now, this is not to say that things like civil wars or intrastate conflicts are unique to Africa. They're certainly not. But it's to show that there are moves afoot by formal intergovernmental organizations in particular, many of which have been around for decades, to solve these crises and how these came about. Okay. The Ethiopia-Tigray truce that was begun in March of 2022 of this year saw this lull in fighting that had raged since 2020. It was declared unilaterally by Ethiopia's federal government in Addis Ababa at a time when the world's attention was focused on Russia and Ukraine. It was, as the Tigray People's Liberation Front, or the TPLF, said, only a cessation of hostilities, and no formal agreements were ever signed. It was rather a gentleman's agreement, if you want to call it that, with no written documents, no proper talks between warring parties, and thus no monitoring mechanisms. Now, fighting resumed in August of 2022, and next door Eritrea, which shares a long border with Tigray, quickly intervened militarily, effectively sandwiching Tigrayan forces between the Ethiopian and Eritrean armies. While the Tigrayan Defense Force was under increased pressures, they continued to be able to resist the offensives against them, and for a variety of reasons, many of them having to do with stockpiling of arms, ammunition, and other military supplies during the Tigrayans' control of Ethiopia for the decades after 1993. And so Tigray achieved a victory of sorts, some would say, in that it simply remained engaged in the battle for 2 years. Now, a multiplicity of African states and African intergovernmental organizations have attempted to promote a ceasefire during this 2-year-long civil war, almost 3 years now. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, or IGAD, whose ambassador is here, a regional organization, has the legal norms and institutional arrangements that give it a mandate to address these complicated economic and security problems in the Horn of Africa and East Africa regions. After initially holding an emergency summit in December 2020 about the Ethiopian civil war, IGAD had reportedly been unable to bring the warring parties to table. This has much to do with its institutional capacities, as well as a lack of power being devolved to the IGAD Secretariat by its member states, a common problem in intergovernmental organizations. Instead, the sovereignty and national interests of states like Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, etc., initially led to disjointed and often at odds measures to address the conflict. Nevertheless, IGAD did play an instrumental role in July of 2022 to diffuse the political crisis in next-door Sudan with Ethiopia, which had seen several soldiers and civilians killed in the Al-Fashaga border region. Interestingly, a lot of these conflicts have had, we've seen excellent analyses written for trends, some by the very people in these rooms. So this is one more building block of getting information out about this that Trends is offering. Now this IGAD brokered deal allowed Ethiopia and Sudan to focus on their internal problems, significant internal problems, but it may have inadvertently led to a resumption in hostilities between Ethiopia's federal government and the Tigrayans in August. Now, it was into these connected disputes that the UAE stepped in 2021 to act as a mediator between Sudan and Ethiopia. The fact that the UAE maintains very good relations with both the regime in Khartoum and the Abiy Ahmed-led regime in Addis Ababa is helpful. Because of this, and the UAE's close and generally warm ties with Egypt, Abu Dhabi has also offered to mediate between Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan over the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam issue, which Federico discussed a little bit. Now, while the Al-Fashaga dispute has lessened for the time being, the problem still remains, and countries like the UAE may be able to play a constructive role in at least achieving a modicum of stability and peace in that region. The same can be said for the Ethiopian dam dispute, which multiple state actors, including the US under President Donald Trump, tried but failed to mediate successfully. Back to Tigray, as far back as February of 2021, a group of Tigrayans composed of the National Congress of Great Tigray and others issued a joint statement listing 8 preconditions for peace. Because it was a unilateral action and because it failed to satisfy any of Ethiopia's federal government's demands, it went nowhere in mid-2021 to lift the terrorist designation of armed actors to allow for direct contact and negotiations with armed actors opposing the government. Because Tigrayan groups had been labeled terrorists, according to the mediation group, it would be next to impossible to bring them to the negotiating table. Unfortunately, this African-led effort also went nowhere and fighting continued. Now, most recently, pressure from the African Union and its commission chair, Musa Faki Mohammed, for peace talks between Ethiopia and Tigray became stronger. Ethiopia's government signaled its intention to sit down if the AU's Horn of Africa envoy, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo, could lead the talks. The Tigrayan government, the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, strongly opposed Obasanjo as a mediator because they viewed him as being too close to Ethiopia's current Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. On the other hand, Thabo Mbeki, South Africa's former president, was rejected by Addis Ababa reportedly for being too close to former Ethiopian Prime Minister and Tigrayan elite Meles Zenawi, who died in 2012. The TPLF then called for talks in Nairobi, in Kenya, overseen by Kenya on the one hand and reportedly with the US playing a mediating role. However, Pretoria in South Africa became the eventual venue of the talks, with the addition of Kenya's former president Uhuru Kenyatta and South Africa's former vice president. Interesting, Washington does seem to have played a supporting role in ensuring Kenyan and South African voices were present, perhaps to balance what the Biden administration felt were Obasanjo's overtly pro-Abiy views. Indeed, it was apparently while Obasanjo was away on other business in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, that the most progress was made between the warring parties. I'm sure the ambassador has an inside view on all of this. It'll be interesting to see if this reporting is actually true. And so it was Kenya's former president and South Africa's former president who took the lead in some of this negotiation, negotiating, the result of which was an African Union brokered peace accord signed on the 2nd of November by the Ethiopian government and the Tigrayan leaders, with the African Union acting as mediator. It agreed to the, quote, orderly, smooth, and coordinated disarmament, end quote. The agreement was made effective the next day on the 3rd of November, marking the 2-year anniversary of the war. This was promptly followed on the 12th of November in Nairobi with an agreement on the arrangements for the implementation of the cessation of hostilities, including the disarmament of the Tigrayan Defense Force and humanitarian access. The first humanitarian shipments reached Tigray's capital, Mekelle, on November 15th. All of this extremely recently. What's the upshot of all of this? We have an African-led, African-processed, African-mediated peace deal right now. We don't know how long it will last. It could last in perpetuity. Okay, I'm not going to make any prognostications on that right now. But what can we learn from this? Well, one of the things is that IGAD, in particular, was playing a role. It could have played a quicker or more instrumental role perhaps earlier if there is more sovereignty ceded by the state members to IGAD to act as a conflict mediator in the Horn of Africa. Revitalizing the African Union, importantly bringing a chairman with the political will, broad support, and qualifications is necessary. We see this with Musa Faki Mahamat. He's been very, very active in this, and so I think this is a promising sign here. Statespeople of stature, such as the former Nigerian president, the former Kenyan president, etc., their roles as leaders of their own country is checkered, to say the least. However, they have proven themselves to be actually very able negotiators and facilitators. And this, I think, speaks to something that Dr. Kellam was talking about bringing elites together for some kind of constructive conflict resolutions or dialogues, because most of these leaders did have an interest in actually seeing a cessation in the hostilities. This brings me to another point about something called informal intergovernmental organizations. This is something that is quite prominent in the Asia-Pacific and now in the Indo-Pacific in the form of things like the Quad, with the US, India, Australia, and Japan most prominently. Informal intergovernmental organizations are a potential venue or seedbed for future conflict resolution, and as importantly, pooling security, economic, and political and capital resources. The point of informal intergovernmental organizations is that there is no headquarters, there is no sitting president. It allows the parties, in this case it would probably be state parties, to sit around the table together, negotiate behind closed doors. There's generally no readout or minutes of the meetings themselves, although there could be a joint statement issued depending on the role. And so informal intergovernmental organizations are taking baby steps in sub-Saharan Africa and the Horn of Africa right now, but we don't see the same level that we do in other parts of the world. So that's one other thing I might mention there. There's the important role of external states here, but they're not critical in the latest peace deal. As Marco mentioned, though, China's appointed a special envoy to the Horn of Africa. Japan has done the same thing, by the way. Okay, and we have with the UAE the Africa envoy, His Excellency Shahbuz bin Nahyan Al Nahyan, who's also playing an instrumental role in some of this conflict resolution. So we see a lot of interest from external states that seems to be constructive for the time being. Okay, and so the bigger point of that, the external state aspect, is that geopolitical competition cannot and should not derail conflict resolution in a place like the Horn of Africa. Rather, say, parties with competing interests, such as Japan and China, both have interests in seeing a conflict in Ethiopia, for example, solved constructively. And so playing a mediating role or a supporting role to African-led efforts might be a way forward there. So a lot of food for thought. Again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon, for the illuminative explanation about this topic. At this stage, I believe our distinguished guest might have several questions.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ni'mat Abdullah Rajab, PhD in Sociology and Social Anthropology. Now I'm working as a part-time with Arabs Academy of Maritime in Khorfakkan. That's why this topic is attracted me. Actually, I have no special question, but I want to add some information about the conflicts of Horn of Africa. I observe that the speakers concentrate in certain countries, maybe Ethiopia and South Sudan and Djibouti to some extent. Lakin, I think the problems is covered all the African Horn. I think that the Horn of Africa is clearly one of the most conflict-prone regions in the world. There are three main types of conflicts affect these regions. First is interstate, such as territorial and borders disputes, for example, between Eritrea and Ethiopia, and still. And the second one is interstate, involving rebel groups and civil wars, usually linked to the outcomings and political competitions. For example, the struggle between the Uganda governments in the past and Lord resistance, Jaish al-Rab. And the third one is intercommunal, involving violence between ethnic and clans groups. And this is what is really the real problems now in our African countries, on these regions, which is cover Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, and all these countries of Horn Africa. If we go to Sudan now, South Sudan, and even Sudan, the ethnic conflicts in Sudan now is come out. ظهرت في this is the most problem now in Sudan. Ethiopia is possibly now becomes the most country in East Africa region today. It's become stable to some extent, and it is faster growing and even relatively stable with democratic elected governments. Kenya, Somalis, and all, for example, Somalis al-Shabaab, terrorist attacks, Somalia. South Sudan is the most affected area in the regions, the three regions. I think that now the most problems which is appear to us now in Sudan, that our government now in Sudan after Umar al-Bashir gone, lakin still Muslim brothers is govern Sudan still up to date, and they are working there, and they are create ethnic troubles now. Now Sudan is clearly become really threatened by ethnic troubles, and even East Sudan, because it's we can count it one of the problems of the Red Sea region. Now we are threatened by this Zagawa kingdom, which they are going to come from Chad, Libya, and Sudan, this triangle, and then they are trying to reach Port Sudan and change the population. البنية التحتية أو ethnic groups. Now they are changing the ethnic groups there to bring Zagawa from Chad to demographic infrastructure, they're changing, and to bring Zagawa from Chad to Port Sudan, and which is important points in the east of these troubles in Horn Africa. Thank you. I just want to add certain information. Thank you.
Do we have another question?
Thank you for this great panel. My question, as you mentioned that there are a lot of initiatives from regional power and international power. I'm wondering if there is any coordination between like this regional initiative and international one. If not, should this initiative be coordinated? And my last point also, I'm wondering also if it's good or bad to have like multiple initiatives in the Horn of Africa, adhering that countries have different interests, different also objectives in the region. Thank you.
I'll take a stab at this first. Thanks a lot for that question. My understanding is most of these are not coordinated. If you look at the peace talks, for example, between Somalia and Somaliland that have occurred over the past 10, 12 years, in general, there's some level of an understanding by Gulf states, for example, the UAE, Turkey, the European Union, the UK, to bring the parties to the table, and they'll host these talks in different locations, whether it's Dubai or London. But in general, beyond that, what these actors are doing in Somalia itself is not coordinated. These are generally unilateral efforts, and therefore they don't end up necessarily bearing fruit. I don't know, though, that getting actors involved in a coordinated fashion is going to solve the issue. And I'm purposely being provocative here by saying this, but I do think that what we saw in the most recent peace deal in Pretoria and then followed in Nairobi is this supporting role that was played by apparently the US and a couple of other external states in supporting an AU-led effort. And so I think this African solution to African problems, a much stated dictum, which we actually see coming into practice more commonly, is probably the way forward. But I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you for the question and also for the comment, because both are interrelated, because the complexity of the conflict and the dispute is also related to the complexity in which different players are trying to promote different solutions. We have to consider that many of them are following self-interest, so there is a kind also competition in the way in which they try to mediate among different contenders. At the same time, we have to consider that, for example, European Union try to work together and recognize the importance of the Gulf monarchies in the GERD issue. When European Union promote the idea of compensation, so to fill the dam, or to better say, to fill the dam in 10 years or 12 years and compensate Ethiopia for the difference between the 5 years expected by Addis, European Union recognized that Gulf monarchies like UAE or Saudi Arabia would be an important partner in order to create a common dialogue among the different contenders, especially Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt. But then that attempt failed, so I think that it was also a sort of first attempt of cooperative approach among different players to a common problems. It would be different from my point of view if the key player would be a regional organization, so African Union or IGAD or the Nile Basin Initiative, for example. That would be different from my point of view.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, the level of coordination is very low because, as my colleagues just said, there are different interests, different agenda, different tools, and different goals of the action. When you talk about major power like China, of course, coordination is not possible because China is able to fulfill their interests alone. So Beijing doesn't need to coordinate or to share the agenda with other partners. I mean external actors. Even with Russia, there is now one of the, I don't want to say the term ally because it's too large, but one of the most important partners at global level. Focusing the attention of the European Union, yes, I absolutely agree. European Union tries to coordinate with local and regional partners, but the problem is that sometimes we would like to accomplish different goals and results with different methodologies. From my point of view, sometimes one of the greater ambition of a European Union action in Africa was the conditionality formula. So every step of the cooperation must be linked to some achievement in terms of human rights, governance, rule of law, etc., etc. That is, generally speaking, a wishful and good approach, but sometimes as European we forget that our model is not the only model that can be realized in the politics abroad. So according to me, sometimes we should make a step beyond and try to imagine and think new models of governance that can be applied in regional level and that can we support in the same mood and in the same level in the past, changing our perception and also our tools for act on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Awad, for sharing this idea. I think it's quite critical to mention it. I think there is one more question, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. I want to thank the panelists, especially Dr. Marco, for giving us the global picture about the Horn of Africa. Dr. Federico for providing us the need for comprehensiveness, knowledge, trust building, confidence building. Thank you for that. And of course, Dr. Branson for giving us a tour of the Ethiopia Peace Talks, the recent one. Now, I have several lessons that emanated out of these peace talks. Number one is this negotiation was done by a panel of three, all of them bringing different political capital, different diplomatic capital, both with the parties in the region and across the globe. So those are the capitals they brought to the negotiation table. Number two is the importance of back channel. Back channel diplomacy is very critical. A lot has happened behind the scene. Here in United Arab Emirates, the role of a back-channel initiative by His Highness Sheikh Shakbut is very prominent prior to the negotiation and during when the negotiation was going on. The other one, of course, is what Dr. Branson, you have already stated, informal intergovernmental conversation. This is very important. I want to add informal, eminent personalities conversation is also very important for this. Then number 4 is the role of observers, international partners, is very critical. United States, IGAD, and others also supported this effort. These are all, they brought many things to the table. There is, of course, many times these initiatives like this one suffers from lack of common understanding, lack of communication, and of course also lack of coordination sometimes. But if those 3 ingredients are put into play, then of course sky is the limit for this kind of engagement. Then last but not least, when we talk about safety and security and stability in the Horn of Africa, we cannot complete this without stating the fact that there is high level of militarization in the Horn of Africa and the Red Sea region. This high level of militarization in the Red Sea requires some kind of framework of cooperation. We don't know where this framework of cooperation will come from, but there is need for mitigation of this unregulated deployment of militaries with different philosophy, different concept of operation, and different doctrine. Any kind of slight freak mistake can ignite something that was not intended at all. So the question is, can Red Sea cooperation be a solution to this kind of a problem? For instance, we have Baltic Sea cooperation, we have Arctic Sea cooperation. Is it possible to benchmark the Red Sea cooperation along this line? Already we have IGAD, Task Force for Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. We also, on the Arabian side, we have Red Sea Council. So is it possible to have some kind of a greater Red Sea economic and security cooperation that will enjoin both the Arabian and the Horn of Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm going to add a 6th point to your 5 points, which is the warring parties need to exhaust themselves sufficiently, and they need to be offered a way out. So we hear rumors in the news right now about this occurring with Russia and Ukraine, back-channel diplomacy. So all of the 5 points you mentioned, but obviously they need a way out, and that's what the diplomacy is all about here. It's fascinating you brought up the Red Sea, and especially the council that Saudi Arabia spearheaded in particular. We had a student write his master's thesis on this very topic last year. And the answer is a qualified yes, it can play a very constructive role. I'm talking about Riyadh's efforts here, supported in part by the UAE, even though it's not a member. And the other Red Sea states. The problem itself is, of course, the political and geopolitical dynamics in the Horn of Africa that hinder this. You've got a couple of states that are either not members or not fully involved. So first and foremost, you have an independent but unrecognized republic in the name of Somaliland that is not part of this council. And that's for purely political reasons. It's for a variety of international reasons, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying this is an easy obstacle to surmount. But with a very lengthy coastline on the Gulf of Aden, this is highly problematic. And so for a council to really operationalize solutions to some of the issues that bedevil the Red Sea, it's going to need to figure out some solution to the Somaliland-Somalia conundrum. And this is where I think a group like IGAD could play a very, very critical role, the African Union as well, but there needs to be some kind of movement on this issue here. So I'll leave my comments at that, because I'm sure my colleagues have other insights.
No, I just want to say something related to the last point. So the idea of the council, or a cooperation of the Red Sea, I completely agree with you. That could be a good chance to in some way to create coordination among different players. But the point is that we cannot be naive, and we have to consider that even within the organization, power politics works. So if there's no balances among the different members, that would be not the solution. That's my point. And again, as my colleague mentioned, you cannot create such kind of council without some members that maybe are not Red Sea countries, like Ethiopia, for example, or other members that has growing influence in the Red Sea, UAE, or we can also say about something about Israel that was not part of the council at that time. And you cannot do in this way. That's my opinion. But yeah, generally speaking, that could be a way.
Theoretically speaking, it can be a great idea. The problem is always up to the political agendas. Before creating such an organization, I think that local government, local states must be underlined and stressed the point of convergence of interest rather than the point of divergence of interest. So this is the first step that must be done. Otherwise, creating new summit in which the concrete effort for coordination will be obstacled by different agendas or the stretching of divergent interests rather than convergent interests will be not useful. So I think according to the first step is proceeding with memorandums, with other kind of meetings and conferences in which the actors should underline the point of convergence of interest, and then building such an institution based on that point of convergence of interest. Thank you.
Do we have other questions? We have reached the end line of this session, and we have learned a lot from the officials and the academics in this session. In closing, I'd like to thank our panelists for their insightful perspective and their emphasizing certain critical aspects of third-party involvement in the Horn. Namely, such intervention should be regionally focused, cooperative, and should also target the underlying governance. Economic and development conditions driving the conflict. Again, gentlemen, thank you for your views, and we look forward to continuing the conversation in due course. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our speakers for such an impactful conversation and, of course, our audience's much appreciated engagement. Please bear with us as we have much more amazing information to share. Please welcome our experts with me for the last session titled Future Efforts and Initiatives to Secure Peace and Stability in the Horn of Africa, Suggested Roadmap. The moderator of this panel will be Mr. Benjamin Davis, economist at Trends Research and Advisory, and the speakers are all the distinguished experts who have participated at the previous 3 sessions. Kindly allow us 2 minutes for setup. Thank you.
you, Professor. Thank you. No, because I am at the old school, so I prepare just a few slides and then I go. But in 15 minutes it's really hard, so I try to do my best. But yeah, thank you very much.
Can everybody hear me? Hello. Well, thanks very much for staying for the final session. I'm Ben Davis from Trends Research and Advisory. I'm an economist. So I come with a slightly different background to the panel here, and I think that what I wanted to do when we unpack initiatives that could potentially be implemented going forward is to just go back to why the Horn of Africa is important from an economic as well as social, cultural, and political perspective. So I just wanted to drop some numbers. The first one is that Ethiopia is now going to be the second largest, from a population perspective, country in sub-Saharan Africa, 117 million people. The investment that has gone into Ethiopia has been significant, the most recent being $850 million paid by Vodacom and Safaricom for a telecom license and a financial services license in Ethiopia. It's highly likely that the second license will probably be sold for a similar amount of money, and that just talks to the huge potential for financial services and telecommunications in Ethiopia. So everybody knows the potential in Ethiopia, but the other opportunities are significant in the other markets. So I don't know if you know that Somalia has the third largest wind renewable energy profile in the world after Russia and Oman. And so there's very significant potential for renewable energy generation coming out of Somalia. The potential that comes from being adjacent to the Nile Basin and the investments that have been made from an agricultural perspective over centuries allude to the huge potential that South and Sudan have in terms of generating economic activity for their communities. So there's very significant potential investment opportunities that the UAE is already involved in. As an investor, DP World is invested in the region at the moment. So I think what's critical is to try and identify how to frame a variety of initiatives coming from a range of different dimensions on what could be done to improve the stability and reduce the level of conflict in this space. And I thought that Khalid's point that he talked about at the beginning around institutionalization is a good framework to start from, and maybe in the process butcher a framework called Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which talks about how one can't focus on higher order needs like self-actualization without actually being able to feed yourself. So maybe using that framework, Khalid, I was wondering if you could unpack for me which countries are at which stage of institutional development, and as a result, where are they on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Are they focusing on the basics like food? Are they focusing on security? Are they focusing on economic activity or self-actualization?
Okay, yeah, it's working. So thank you for that question. I'm less familiar with the psychology literature, but I'll sort of try to draw an analogy with the framework you've provided me there, Maslow's hierarchy. I want to start with what I mean by institutions. A lot of times when we think about institutions, we think of buildings or professionals. In my research, what I see is institutions are nothing more than agreements. The smallest institution is a contractual agreement between two parties. That could, in international relations, that could be a treaty between two countries that serves as a de facto institution. And when we go away from that definition of institutions as credible agreements that were reached by two autonomous agents towards a framing of institutions as something that is built top-down, I think we sort of miss the mark on how institutions may influence political development or political stability. So having said that, then we can think of institutions being at maybe 3 stages to draw an analogy to Maslow's hierarchy. You can think of the very fragile state of institutions that I've spoken about with regards to where South Sudan found itself from 2011 to 2018, where the Ethiopian Derg regime found itself from 1974 to 1991. It's not necessarily just that the population is destitute at these stages, but also that institutions are at a very pre-contractual phase. Agreements are based on the person of individuals, not on the professional roles that they occupy. So in other words, for instance, if the president can, with a sweep of a pen, extra-constitutionally remake 10 regions into 32, or conversely reappoint 4 regional governors in the northeast region of the country. I'm talking about South Sudan in this case. What you have is a fragile state, and the reason it's fragile is because institutions are easily changed. The agreements are easily changed. They're tentative. There's nothing fundamentally stable about them. And at a second, and so what in terms of policy intervention, what obviously the country would need at that stage is not necessarily things like democratization. It's just getting the major stakeholders. And in this case, when we're talking about Horn of Africa, the stakeholders all have violent potential. That's what makes these issues suboptimal. There are no perfect solutions. And sometimes, I hate to say this, there are really no win-win solutions. There are going to be losers in these institutional bargains. There always are. But when you can find a way, in the case of these fragile state contexts, to bring together a large swath of stakeholders, whatever you want to call them, elites, and get them to agree on a framework, this is what I call constitutionalism, then you can at least have the basis for gradual transition into a more stable institutional order. So what does that look like? I can go to the next stage of sort of the analogy I'm drawing here. And this is the stage where you do have some consensus among the elites, where you do have some specialization of political, economic, religious, social functions. So you don't have one authoritarian person in the middle intervening in all the social and religious and economic functions of a given state. And at this stage, you have some semblance of a stable political order. At this stage, you can think about things like economic investment or specialized economic investment, integration. You can, at this point, of course, talk of things like property rights. And because this is the stage at which we've already seen that there is a broad consensus, the question at this more stable stage is, how do you expand the framework to include greater and greater numbers of stakeholders? How do you allow for periodic adjustment of the coalitions that occupy this group that we call elites? How do you create framework and differentiation? At the final stage, you know, you have an order, and beyond maybe Rwanda or Botswana, maybe Kenya, I can't think of a country that has reached this final stage of a closed access order, where you do have sophisticated independent enterprises, where you do have a periodic readjustment of elite coalitions, where you don't have necessarily ethnic basis for elitehood. So if you ask me to name examples on each stage, I can talk of Rwanda, for instance. One of the reasons that allowed Rwanda to come out of genocide, and in the space of 2 or 3 decades, build a vibrant polity, virtually free of corruption, virtually free of crime, is because there was a concerted effort by the new regime to broaden the basis for social mobility, to elevate women to positions of leadership, to elevate urban elites to positions of leadership and administrative bureaucracy, not just elevate them, give them actual power. If you're trained in a particular administrative task and you're assigned to southern Rwanda, then you're entrusted with some power to take care of affairs in that region. It doesn't matter if you're a Hutu or a Tutsi. In fact, you're not allowed to say that. Not to say Rwanda is a democracy by any means, or an open access order, or a liberal democracy, to use a more accurate phrase. But its political order has been framed in such a sophisticated way that it is unthinkable to think that Rwanda will go back to the conditions that led to the genocide. It's fundamentally stable, although some observers disagree about the extent to which it is stable. Comparatively, if you're talking about other countries in this region, it's at a stable order because of these things, because it has gone through these successive stages rather than trying to jump from one or the other or trying to privilege external interests at the expense of genuine bargains within the Rwandan political, economic, and financial stakeholders themselves. So at that stage, perhaps you can talk of things like democracy. But yeah, so I guess in the real world, these things are not so broken up and linear that external stakeholders can decide, well, okay, we can't really invest in this country at this given point. Let's focus all our efforts on constitutionalism or elite bargains. So it's not quite as simplistic or parsimonious as I'm making it to be. But I think there is a thing to be said about organizing principles for external intervention, and those organizing principles can at least be focused on the needs of a given polity at any given point in time.
Great, thank you. Just to extend on that, so obviously there was a lot of talk about instability within the institutions in the markets that we're talking about, different levels of maturity. One interesting market for me is obviously Ethiopia, which seemed to be on track to have a process of heavily institutionalizing their governance. Brendan, would you be able to comment on what's going to get Ethiopia back on track and potentially translate that into possible interventions from a tactical perspective that one should potentially focus on
So
to encourage that on?
Sorry, to understand correctly, what gets Ethiopia back on track as
Yes.
far as moving beyond this current conflict? Is
Yes,
that,
and what interventions? I'll take it. I'll give you the question after that, but probably going to be answered by somebody else. Is what are the interventions from a multilateral and bilateral perspectives that could be implemented to get Ethiopia back on track?
Okay, big question. Yeah, look, it's, I think, critical right now to look at this AU-led peace initiative and how that is implemented. The parties have agreed in Pretoria and now in Nairobi how to potentially implement this. This is not a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement anymore. There are actually steps laid out that both parties have to take. There's implementation efforts that are ongoing, and of course there needs to be some kind of monitoring going on. All right. U.S. President Ronald Reagan famously said, "Trust but verify." Okay, so we've got parties that have extremely low levels of trust, basically no levels of trust right now. They've been fighting each other for 2 years. And so thus, that critical role led by this panel of 3 that the ambassador talked about, the former Nigerian president, the former Kenyan president, and the former South African vice president, their continued role in this process is probably critical. It's a great sign that we've seen humanitarian aid reach Mekelle, Tigray's capital, for the first time in 2 years. That's a very, very promising sign. We've got a couple of elephants in the room that need to be addressed. What is the role of Eritrea in all of this? Okay, Eritrea has been a belligerent party. Eritrea, to many countries, is a pariah state. Importantly, you need to bring in negotiating parties that have some kind of working relationship with Eritrea and its president, Isaias, to get them on board in this peace process. And I think this is where a country like the UAE or a country like Saudi Arabia could play a very, very constructive role. Both of these states have good relations with the regime in Asmara as well as the regime in Addis Ababa, and they look to be neutral parties to the Tigrayans. And so this is a role that countries like the US, for example, or China cannot play. And so I think that's really critical for this intervention to succeed. I've just got us to maybe the first month or two, but I'll let some of the others comment on the rest of this.
Great. I just wanted to get your view on what the percentage probability of success is going to be over the next 6 to 12. Come on, give us a figure.
100%. I'm not quite sure. I'm actually cautiously optimistic given the way the deal was hammered out. So let's give it at least a 50-50 right now. This is the most promising sign we've seen out of the Horn of Africa. Let me just add a quick comment here. As I was thinking about this today in all of these panels, the time is quite ripe for some significant changes, I think. We've had a recent presidential election in Somalia, where we have a new old president coming in. But there seems to be a modicum of stability, at least with Somalia's relations with neighboring IGAD states that's come into play now. And we have the cessation in hostilities here between Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Tigray. We have the simmering Al-Fashaga dispute, but it's not what it was a few months ago. So I think that on the back of this AU-led effort, we might have a chance to see some better days ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to digress. I was going to ask the Yes, sorry.
I just want to add something to the comment of Brandon related to Ethiopia, because I think it's important for the future of the agreement, because there is another elephant in the room, and that is the mismatch that seems to be between the TPLF, so the authority, the Tigrayan authority, and many of Tigrayan people. So many of them are against the agreement. Many of them feel in some way betrayal by the authorities. So I think that any implementation of the agreement should be linked with a strong involvement of both government, Addis government, but also extra state actors, so for example, extra-regional players, in order to, in some way, to show to the Tigrayan people that they will not be marginalized by the Ethiopia future. And that, I believe, is also an opportunity. This, I don't know if...
Yeah, that was a fabulous comment, because I actually was going to use Somalia as an opportunity for an extra territorial organization to get involved in, for example, driving discussions between Puntland, Somaliland and Mogadishu around how they could coordinate economic development, and using a foreign investor to potentially play that role on a major renewable energy project or something along those lines. But I think Ethiopia is in exactly the same position. You've got to show value for the institutions that you're building. It's got to be tangible to communities. I think that, did you want to add to Mark?
Yeah, and I think we have another little problem. After a situation like the one that we have seen in Ethiopia, the risk in a country like Ethiopia, the risk is that if the agreement is good and brings to something positive for the for the Tigray front, the risk is that other armed movement and ethnic-based movement may think that that kind of armed struggle can actually conduct to positive results. So maybe they can try to do the same. And of course, I'm thinking about the OLF, that it's increasing a lot its activities in a parallel way to the Tigray conflict. So I think we should not underestimate this domino effect that the agreement can start.
I think that's a very good point to make. How would you potentially solve that? Because obviously what you want to do is that you want to ensure economic progress by reducing security risks and moving people onto the next stage in their Maslow's hierarchy of needs, without necessarily degrading back to focusing on security by encouraging bad behavior, essentially. What is it that you...
I think that the Prime Minister should be ambitious, and Abiy Ahmed should be ambitious and should try to act before a potential crisis with OLF become worse. Because, okay, OLF, it's now one of the issues, but we have also all the movements in the western part of the country connected with the claims for land rights and all the problem with the Nuer community and Murle community in Gabella. So I think that it should be ambitious and act before the crisis erupted on a general scale, and try to bring the representative of all these critical and critic movements to the table before having a new wave of violence like the one in Tigray. Of course, the situation is very different, because I think that OLF and other political movement has not the same political and military weight like the Tigrayan people, but we should not underestimate the tremendous effect that a kind of pinpointed violence in the countries can bring. I think that the eyes of all Africa and all Eastern Africa are on Addis Ababa and on the project, starting with the GERD project, but also the industrial parks that surround Addis Ababa. So I think the future of Ethiopia is crucial for all the ambition of development of all the region. Because if Addis Ababa will be able to provide a good example, more will follow.
Yeah, I think that segues quite nicely into the next theme that I wanted to pick up, which is piracy and the control of piracy and the securing of maritime traverse ways has provided a framework for cooperation at major levels across geopolitical, regional, as well as local groups. Tim, maybe start with you. Are there any lessons that we can take from what's been learned on the sea into land?
Thank you. I don't know if this is working. There you go. If it goes. There we go. You can hear me now. Lessons. So on one hand, I'm kind of skeptical of lessons learned because context always matters. And one of the things that's often asked is slight divergence from your question, Ben, is, what can we apply from, say, the experience of counter-piracy off the coast of Somalia to the Gulf of Guinea? Well, that's kind of a tricky question because the context, the business models and so on are really very different. So when we think about lessons learned, I think we need to be cautious about how we apply them. We need to recognize that the kind of problems that we might face on land in the Horn of Africa are different in lots of ways than perhaps those at sea, not least because they involve potentially existential issues of political power and sovereignty and so on. That said, I do think there are some potential lessons learned, or some potential promising practices perhaps that we can take from the experience in counter-piracy and maritime security in the maritime region to thinking about how we onshore those for the kind of problems we've been talking about today. One of those actually picks up on a comment that Brendan made earlier on in his remarks, and that's about the importance of informality. Informality as a facilitator for both cooperation and for action. When we look at some of the key formats in the Western Indian Ocean region, they were developed on the basis of as informal institutions, as informal formats. They don't have standing headquarters or secretariats. They're not they're not a kind of formal United Nations mission. But because of that, they have a number of advantages. It means they can be very inclusive. So if you look, for example, at the contact group on piracy, the sheer number of different actors who engaged with the contact group over the years is really impressive. It included state actors, all kinds of different state actors. It included representatives from the shipping industry. It included NGOs. It included academics. And the contact group was able to provide a forum for those different actors to come together to discuss and to work on shared problems around counter-piracy. The other advantage of informality, and there are some disadvantages too that I'll come back to in a minute, the other advantage of informality is that it lowers the political stakes of action. Because it's an informal format, there is a space for failure, or at least the stakes of failure are lower than they might be with, for example, a more formal operation or a more formal sort of arrangement. In the Western Indian Ocean, what that allowed was experimentation with various different sorts of counter-piracy responses. Because piracy, modern piracy, was a novel problem, it wasn't something that the international community had really dealt with prior to the mid-2000s. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea had provisions for piracy, but perhaps struggled to address some of the implications of its manifestation in waters off the Horn of Africa. New solutions, new things needed to be tried. So one example of this is the way is the creation of a prosecution system for pirates. One of the original problems in counter-piracy operations is what to do with pirates when you caught them on the high seas. Under UNCLOS, they should have been taken on board the vessel that apprehended them and taken back to the flag state country for prosecution. Now, most countries just didn't want to do that, or it's very difficult. You don't necessarily have the space on board to do that It involves, looking after prisoners and all this sort of thing. So there was a tendency to just release pirates once they'd been caught. Through the contact group was able to experiment with a new format in which piracy prosecutions took place in Seychelles and Kenya, with those those who were found guilty being then transferred for incarceration in Somalia, supported by capacity building activities in the Somali penal sector. That was an example of a successful experiment that came out of the informal context. And I think there's a lesson there that could be applied elsewhere. That said, there are some disadvantages to informality as well that I think we need to be aware of. One is about longevity and sort of sustainability. So one of the problems these institutions face, these arrangements face at the moment, is precisely that because they're informal, the question then, it becomes easier for them to dissipate, perhaps, once the core mission changes or whatever. And perhaps we see that a little bit with the contact group at the moment. But the other issue is that there can be lots and lots of different informal formats. And we've talked about today about whether we should be introducing new formats, new arrangements, and so on. I think we need to be quite careful of that, because one of the things you see when you look at maritime security arrangements, both in this region and the wider Indo-Pacific, is that there are just so many of them, often addressing quite similar issues, although with sometimes different constellations of actors. So there is a problem potentially of fragmentation that happens. And fragmentation is an issue both because of the risk of duplication between activities, the risk of duplication of effort, different organizations trying to do the same things with the same partners. Also even of contradiction. One organization might be doing one kind of thing, one might be doing another. And there's also an issue of forum shopping. That is, that different actors pick and choose between the arrangements they like best or that suit their interests best, and that, if you like, this constellation of arrangements then becomes a new framework, a new kind of vehicle for other kinds of competition, geopolitical competition, or even interagency competition at some levels. In some ways, certain formats are preferred by some agencies and some by others, even within the same state. So we need to be a little bit careful of fragmentation and forum shopping. The final thing I'll say is also to learn from the failures of the counter-piracy response, or at least where it has struggled. And I think one of the areas where it has struggled has been in relation to actually implementing capacity building in a way that has been sustainable and receptive to local needs. Again, there's been perhaps too much of a tendency to take a top-down cookie-cutter approach to try and impose models of best practice from capacity builder providers' own countries to contexts that are very different. So I think the lesson there, for me at least looking at it, is the importance of incorporating local agency and voice into the planning, implementation, and evaluation of projects. Context comes back to context again. Context is really important, and it perhaps picks up on some of the comments that Caleb made earlier on around the kind of the nature of political order in some of the countries we're talking about. Any kind of intervention in those political orders needs to be able to to at least align with and work with the way that things are done in that country, rather than because if it's an entirely external imposition, then it's going to struggle to succeed, and it's going to struggle to sustain itself. So I think the importance of local agency and voice is really, really important. It's really significant.
Ollie, would you be able to comment specifically around lessons that could potentially be learned in Maritime Security 2.0 that needs to be implemented post-piracy, but now to control alternative illegal activities, specifically things like the Yemeni conflict and illicit flows across the Red Sea? What are the things that they could be focusing on?
Okay, if I got your question correctly, that about the coordination, that how do we actually do that, right? So, okay, I will be providing more problems, if that's fine. So, in order to have a multinational naval effort to actually deal with those maritime security problems, whether they are piracy, smuggling, or the Houthi threat using modern state-like weapons against international shipping. So looking at the coordination itself first, it is no surprise that most of those multinational naval coalitions are conducted amongst good friends. So that is an important point, because when we look at the challenges here, trust becomes the most difficult problem. How do we overcome the lack of trust? And this is an issue even amongst allies very often. Then we have to look at threat perceptions. So if we look at all the different maritime insecurities that we face in the region, so it may not be, in terms of priorities, the same for even neighboring countries. So being able then to come together to deal with those challenges is already really challenging based on those basic priorities and interests. Another problem, especially when we heard very important points about involving the local security actors, the problem becomes in the maritime domain the lack of basic capacity. So how can they contribute to these efforts if they lack the most basic capacities? So that capacity building has to happen at the same time in order to build that local capacity to participate in that multinational effort. Now, the problem coming from all of these immediately is that any cooperation becomes the lowest common denominator where we find that common ground to cooperate. So that is a challenge. When it comes to the more technical side, if you will, very practical side of now maritime cooperation. So the shipping industry, when they have the tankers or container ships going through the Bab el-Mandeb, and they face these threats, actual threats, so who do they call? Are they calling Chinese Navy, Japanese Navy? Are they calling the Operation Atalanta? Are they contacting one of the few actual coordination centers that have been established? Like, in my opinion, the most important, the UK MTO? Or do they contact the Maritime Security Center in Horn of Africa? Do they contact the NATO's Maritime Security Coordination Center? So the question becomes for the industry, who do I call when I'm in trouble? And they need to know this at that time. It cannot happen. It's not a very viable solution that you have to start pondering about this when you are under attack. But when it then comes to this actual coordination, looking at those coast guards or naval vessels at sea, so there's no standard operating procedure. And this is a key issue that we need to tackle with. So there is, in fact, multinational naval operations standard operating procedure, very long term. But the problem is with this that it's a beautiful document, it works in principle, but you have to train and exercise that a lot. And what do I mean by all of this is that when we have different parties coming together for these multinational efforts, there's always problems with different capabilities, different technologies, different communication methods. In worst cases, these technologies cannot even talk to each other. And on top of that, on top of the technology, we have all our own training and procedures. So we have to be able to then harmonize our own standards of operational procedures into this multinational effort. But as I mentioned, all of this also requires a lot of practice and training to actually pull off.
Yep.
Thank you.
I think you highlighted something around capabilities and strengths. I just wanted to drop another economic metric, which I think is really important for these types of discussions. I think it was brought up by one of the attendees when they said, why can't anybody do this? Why doesn't Africa deal with Africa's problems? And the number that I got recently is that total sub-Saharan Africa defense spend will be less than the UAE's this year. So in the Horn of Africa, most countries are spending less than $500 million on defense officially. So when you talk about capacity constraints in local markets, that's the type of capacity constraint that you're dealing with. And then maybe to push you, Ali, and maybe Tim, what do you do? And who's going to be involved? Because piracy's been solved, so geopolitical actors are less inclined to get involved, and they're not going to invest more potentially. So the only people who are really going to be that interested in solving this are regional and potentially local players, and the local players are capacity constrained. What happens next? Where do you see that going?
But I think that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't an aspiration to do so for the first point. So, it is really striking that the contact group, that SHADE, that CMF are still in existence despite the decline of piracy since 2012. That tells you something about the significance that international actors attach to maritime security in this region. I also think that there are some really interesting developments around, for example, illegal fishing. The US, for example, recently around some very, very strong measures around illegal fishing. I think that these are issues that do affect, do spin out more widely, that do have impacts beyond the region itself, and I think that in turn provides a continuing motivation to engage from externals. I also think as we pay more attention to, for example, marine biodiversity and environmental degradation at sea due, for example, to overfishing and so on, that's a global problem. And it's a global problem that impacts very, very significantly on states in the region as well. So I don't think just because piracy's declined, the interest has gone away, although I do think it is more difficult to marshal a unified response in quite the same way. Who's going to deliver the capacity? So I think part of the answer will necessarily be external actors still, because the capacity isn't there. But I do think that there are significant interests for local states on the African littoral to engage in these issues as well, and to invest time and energy and resources in developing their maritime security capacities, in part because of the promise of the blue economy. The eastern seaboard of Africa, 4 of those countries have the longest coastlines in the continent as a whole. There's huge potential in terms of tourism, in terms of the sustainable exploitation of marine resources and so on. But in order to do that, you need maritime security. You need to be able to make sure that those things can develop in a secure environment. They need to happen in an environmentally sustainable way. And they need to take place in a way that is, again, alive to and works with local coastal communities and their interests rather than against them. So I think, again, one of the issues with the blue economy is that it can lead to the exclusion of local maritime economic activities in order to make way for tourist hotels or whatever it may be. But I think if you can get that triangle between the blue economy, maritime security and environmental sustainability right, then there are real opportunities there for African states. It's not just about kind of managing disorder. There are opportunities around for sustainable economic development as well.
I think you highlighted something that's really important, and maybe I should get the 2 Italians on the panel to talk about that, because Italy, I don't know if you know, is one of the top 5 FDI investors in Africa. Has been quite effective in developing soft power, which I think was a topic that was raised earlier. I mean, would you be able to comment on how Italy's managed to maintain their relationships with ex-colonial states as well as potentially others to develop this type of profile? Maybe start with you.
We have to be honest. I think in the last decade, our presence in the Horn of Africa has started to significantly declining.
As a formal colonial state, we used to feel the shame of many bad things that we have done in the Horn of Africa as a colonial power. And after the end of the colonial era, we tried to reestablish a fruitful relation with our former colony, then become independent states. Our soft power instrument was linked to the people that were educated in Italian schools, that we built back in the days of the colonial era, and they actually spoke, that were able to speak Italian. But as you know, if you don't invest in strategic cultural cooperation with a country, this heritage we get lost, and exactly what happened with Italy. Now in the Horn of Africa, the Italian-speaking people are, I think, hundreds, no more than hundreds, and they belong to the older generation. Young people doesn't speak Italian, doesn't know about Italy, and they have no direct or indirect cultural ties with Italy, especially in Somalia and in Ethiopia. In Eritrea, they have, a different feelings, because most of the architecture of Asmara was made during the years of fascism regime in Italy. So they have to confront every day that cultural heritage, but the relation is not a deep one. Paradoxically, after the Second World War and the end of the colonial era, we were able to establish more fruitful connection with other states that were actually not part of our former colonial empire, like Western Africa, like Sahel, like Democratic Republic of Congo, South Africa, Mozambique. And we used, in that cases, our value diplomacy and soft power diplomacy. For example, in Mozambique, we were able, thanks to the Comunità di Sant'Egidio, to broke the peace deal between Frelimo and Renamo, so we gave a great contribution in the effort. In South Africa, actually a small local authority in Emilia-Romagna region was the first foreign reality to recognize Nelson Mandela efforts in the fight against apartheid. And then, if we come to other parts of Africa, of course, we use also business to do diplomacy. Because as you know, as I tried to explain before, when you find convergent interests, of course, in the business field, of course, you will find political synergies. In this sense, I am a little bit a Marxist. I mean, the economy will pull the carriage of the politics. And I think the same it's for Italy and Africa. And I think that's the key. 2 weeks ago, speaking always about soft power, my Institute Center for International Studies organized a 3-day conference about Africa in Rome. The name was Ital-Africa Strategic Symposium, and the first panel was a project actually founded and supported by the Italian Foreign Ministry. And the first panel was called African Identities and Cultural Diplomacy. We agreed that with the minister, because I think that the idea for the future for the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs is to use cultural diplomacy as a tool of soft power in order to make our presence in Africa more deep and also more heterogeneous than now. I don't know, you want to add something?
I think we're running out of time, so I'm going to have to stop it there.
Ah.
But thank you very much to the panelists for this session, and thank you very much for your presentations earlier. I think we've covered quite a lot of ground looking at the Horn of Africa from a range of different angles. And I think one of the key takeouts for me is that there's a very significant role for the GCC and the UAE in brokering and facilitating increased stability and the range of potential interventions are significant. I would almost spend a couple of days on each of those. So I think if anybody's not excited about what can be done from here into that region, I think has probably been sleeping at the wheel. And thank you very much for helping trying to understand the space. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our esteemed experts for discussing and suggesting such insightful and important roadmaps as well as further steps to today's topic and symposium. I promised last thing before lunch. Please allow me to give the floor to Liazi Al-Hassani, head of our media sector, to deliver the recommendations as well as the closing remarks for today.
We have to go? Ah, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, we have had 4 excellent and thought-provoking sessions. We have provided us with valuable insights and creative policy options pertaining to the symposium today, which covers peace and stability in the Horn of Africa. The participants addressed a number of different issues. First, they illustrated the diversity and contrast in the Horn of Africa and how this has generated deep-seated antagonism, mistrust, and conflict. They have also examined the likely determinants and causes of instability as well as of motives of stability. They also tackled the fundamental causes of piracy in the region, which includes the high levels of employment among youngsters, increasing poverty, porous land borders, corruption, and inadequate maritime security enforcements. More importantly, they focused on the various efforts and initiatives aimed at achieving peace and stability in the region. I would like to conclude by thanking all the speakers and participants in this event, with the hope that Trends Symposium entitled Efforts and Initiatives to Secure Peace and Stability in the Horn of Africa will become an annual event so that we can all sit together and meet again to follow up with the recommendations and research developments. The main recommendations of today's symposiums extracted from Theme 1, Stability in the Horn of Africa, Determinants, Causes, and Motives are: assist in building local institutional and technical capabilities to strengthen the legitimate capacity of national governments and increase their resilience and ability to deal with external and internal challenges. Reduce the destabilizing third country rivalries in the Horn of Africa by increasing multilateralism and coordinating common positions among external actors. Urgently address environmental threats, including droughts, food insecurity, and desertification by increasing humanitarian aid, strengthening cooperation with the East African Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and promoting frameworks for sustainable energy production. Recommendations extracted from Theme 2, Maritime Security and Piracy in the Horn of Africa, Challenges and Mitigation, address the root causes on land which drive piracy, including weak institutions, fragile governance, conflict, political turmoil, and poverty, as well as promoting the development of the blue economy, as well as tackling illegal fishing. maintain the Maritime High Risk Area, HRA, and utilize the same as a platform through which regional and international efforts coordinate maritime security. Furthermore, nurture and support existing maritime security agriculture and formats. Encourage transparency regarding data for maritime security incidents to decrease the tendency of utilizing data for different purposes. Coordinating regional and international efforts aimed at combating piracy and achieving maritime security in the Horn of Africa, and adopting agreed collective joint mechanisms to achieve this goal. Promoting sustainable capacity building through technical, organizational, training, and educational, legal, and institutional capabilities in maritime security through third-party technical support and public-private cooperation for port security enhancement, law enforcement training, and capacity building. Theme 3, efforts and initiatives to secure peace and sustainability in the Horn of Africa, rationales and interests. Encourage internal dialogue among competing factions and source of power under the auspice of regional forums or trust third country partners. Developing a mechanism for dispute settlement between the countries of the Horn of Africa and providing the necessary support to ensure the effectiveness of this mechanism. Politically support the role of African Union, AU, in resolving the existing conflicts in the Horn of Africa. Last but not least, the theme 4, future efforts and initiatives to secure peace and stability in the Horn of Africa, the suggested roadmaps. Encourage internal dialogue and trust-building measures among the Horn of Africa governments in order to lay foundations for regional integration and economic cooperation. Focus third parties on whole of region stabilization of the Horn of Africa through the increasing international coordinations, encourage major powers to reduce bilateral strategic competition. Establish a regional economic development fund financed by the Arab League, the United Nations, the African Union, and the GCC to promote economic growth and stability in the Horn of Africa. The fund would focus investment on employment-generated sectors and support public-private sectors partnerships to implement regional integrated electrical power grids and transport networks. Develop media strategies to strengthen the common cultural and historical relations among the peoples of the Horn of Africa to stabilize the social fabrics, combat extremism, and promote regional integration. Finally, to hold the Trends Symposium entitled Efforts and Initiatives to Secure Peace and Stability in the Horn of Africa as an annual basis in order to follow up on recommendations, research developments, and challenges, and engage progressively larger groups of stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liazia. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mohammed Abdallah Al-Ali, the CEO of Trends Research and Advisory, would like to provide appreciation certificates for the distinguished speakers of today. Dr. Mohammed, please join us to the stage. Please allow me to start with Dr. Caleb Demiru. Dr. Ali Pekka. Professor Tim Edmonds. Dr. Marco Dolido. Dr. Federico Donelli. Last but not least, Dr. Brendan Cannon. And now for a group photo.
طبعا أول شيء أشكركم جميعا على الحضور، ولدي شكر خاص لكل من ساهم في نجاح هذه الفعالية من أبناء ترنز. شكرا لفريق ترنز، فعلا تحدي وانتم كنتوا كلكم قدر التحدي. هذا النجاح قام بأيادي إماراتية 100%، وأيضا بمساعدة من فريق ترنز كامل. شكرا لكل من ساهم معنا في نجاح هذه الفعالية. كنتوا قدها، كنتوا قدر التحدي. لم أتدخل في أي شيء في هذه الندوة. شكرا لكل حضورنا من خارج الندوة. شكرا لأخوي الأستاذ عبد الله الجنيد من مملكة البحرين، ويعذرني على التأخير في توجيه الدعوة. شكرا لكل المحاضرين اللي شرفونا من خارج الدولة. شكرا لكل ضيوفنا اليوم. شكرا لأمباسادر الموجود معنا، أن كورنيل أيضا موجود معنا. شكرا لكل من ساهم معنا من وزارة الخارجية الإماراتية. شكرا للحضور الكريم، وإن شاء الله القادم سيكون أجمل وأحلى. شكرا لفريقي الرائع اللي دائما أفتخر بوجوده معاي. شكرا لخبرائنا الموجودين معنا، وإن شاء الله ستجدون توصيات هذه الندوة قريبا إن شاء الله ستصدر في دراسة خاصة عن نتائج وتوصيات هذه الندوة. شكرا للجميع، وأتمنى لكم غداء شهي. شكرا لكم جميعا.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude today's symposium. Please finally join us for lunch. Thank you.